Atlas for Development continues to pursue its objective of concretely contributing to youth and women empowerment in Morocco. And thus, we have adopted a very, very clear vision. We're looking forward to engaging the youth component for better governance, inclusion, and active participation. The third edition of 2063 Academy was built based on the two previous successful editions in order to come up with policy brief recommendations that will speak loudly about the importance of your role as youth to achieve the Agenda 2063. Following our mission to unify African youth around the Agenda 2063 by gathering youth from different parts of the continent, and the proof is that we've seen different countries in the chat, and also by giving these youths the platform to discuss and debate the future of Africa. Today, our ambition and optimism have grown even bigger. And that's why we are here to discover and deepen, all of us, of course, our understanding of the Agenda 2063, and thereafter forge our efforts to implement it at local, national, and continental levels. We have made huge leaps between the first and the second edition of 2063 Academy in terms of engaging high decision makers and youth. First of all, it is very important to remember that the second edition of the Academy has served as a platform to connect the African youth with their homeland, Africa, through promoting, discussing, and debating the Agenda 2063, and thus bringing solid recommendations and action ideas to achieve the Africa we want by building the capacities of the youth that Africa needs. Although the COVID pandemic has prevented us from holding the event in real life, it offered us the priceless opportunity to virtually reunite 300 participants from all over the continent, something that was going to be harder to do if we were doing it in real life. And actually, the living proof that the Academy was truly successful is the fact that our alumni are still in action today, implementing all the skills they have acquired to achieve the goals we have set. Their engagement, their activism are our main motivation. And that's why here we are today for a new edition with you all. So overall, the goal of this third phase of the 2063 Academy is to provide recommendations on youth contribution to achieve the Agenda 2063, but also to establish an African youth network around this agenda. We all know that having a network, a solid network, is something very important today, and that alone we cannot have a huge impact. So that's why we really want us to create this young African network that we will help build the Africa we want. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to genuinely thank, on behalf of Atlas for Development team, all the participants who have shown an interest in our program, and mostly our deepest gratitude goes to our partners who believed in this dream and helped us make it real, namely African Union Commission, the NEPAD Agency, Facebook Africa, I4Policy, and Maghreb Economic Forum. Thank you to our speakers who are volunteering to share their experiences and knowledge with us through this event, and who are here to help us achieve our goal during this third edition. I would love to welcome Mrs. Josephine Etima, who will make opening remarks on behalf of the African Union Commission and the NEPAD Agency. Mrs. Josephine, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Coordinator Hiba. I'm most definitely not Madam Josephine Etima, but I understand she may be having challenges with connecting on the platform. And with your very sincere permission, I wish to make the remarks on her behalf on behalf of Africa Union Commission and the African Union Development Agency, AUD-NEPAD. My name is Simon Kisira. I'm the head of Program Evaluation Division and directly responsible for tracking and reporting on Agenda 2063 implementation. It's our very sincere gratitude and our sincere privilege to be a part and parcel of these very exciting moments where the youth are taking their place in the design, planning, implementation, and indeed execution of Agenda 2063, evidently starting the journey of rewriting the narrative of Africa based on the script that Africa itself is, espousing as its own, it identifies as its own. As you may very well know, we are now into the 8th year of the first 10-year implementation cycle of Agenda 2063. Truth be told, there has been quite some progress that has been made on different fronts. But let's also be very frank with ourselves. There are many areas where we need to do a lot better, a lot better. Agenda 2063 requires that the entire fraternity marshals all its time and efforts and energies to ensure that all the 7 aspirations, the 20 goals, the 39 priority areas, and all the attendant targets and indicators that are espoused in Agenda 2063 First 10-Year Implementation Plan are ultimately realized. That the dream of Africa is eventually realized requires that we all play our part in the implementation of the agenda. And hence the involvement and participation of the youth is something that we celebrate very, very much. The first maiden report on the implementation of Agenda 2063 showed that there are indeed a number of areas where we could have, in some of these areas, highlighted the role and the value of, the youth bringing in the energies, bringing enhancing and fast-tracking the implementation of Agenda 2063. It is our very sincere hope that these sessions, the 5-day sessions, will enable us then to start seeing this journey getting into reality. African Union Commission, African Union Development Agency, AUD-NEPAD, and indeed all the African Union organs attach a very high value to the youth. And we are really hoping that as we go through these 5 days, we should be able to put concrete value to what it is that we can do. And hopefully that we shall just not end at this platform here. We shall eventually move towards seeing our ideas being presented at very strategic policy and technical platforms, and hence embraced by our principals, our leaders within the African Union. But at the same time, that we shall also act as an interface between the policy space and the actual implementers and the people on the ground. So we act as, the brokers, and we do not lose touch on either the higher side nor on the community side. I'll not be too long. I'm sitting in for Josephine, but so I did not have a concrete written speech. But I just want to appreciate the Atlas for Development, Mr. Hatim and the team that is behind this, for extending the invitation to say, can we partner, can we work together, can we journey together with you to ensure that the contribution of the youth in Africa is enhanced, it's profiled higher, it's more recognized, it's more structured, it's more, evident, concrete, tangible. And this is something that sparked the interest within us to say, indeed, we shall have our modest contribution to the great work that you're doing. Once again, thank you very much and wishing you the very best in your deliberations over the next 5 days. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simon. And indeed, you have mentioned very, very important points. Africa is counting on its youth. And as you said, we must have this coordination between the higher side and the community side in order for us to forge our efforts together and thus achieve our goals in a proper way. Thank you so much, Mr. Simon, for your time. And now, please help me welcome Ms. Normandie Siopa, the Facebook's head of public policy, Southern Africa region.
Thank you so very much, Hibo, Jambo, Ola, Sanibonani. Greetings, everyone. My name is Nomonde Kongeka Swoba, and I'm head of public policy at Facebook, responsible for the SADC region. And I'm very, very excited to be joining you today at the third edition of the African Union 2063 Academy. I would actually like to thank, on behalf of Facebook, the Academy for affording us, as Facebook, the opportunity to be a part of this groundbreaking work. And also to thank you, the participants who are gathered here today, for your presence. And I'd also like to acknowledge in our midst, I'm told that we have representatives from the African Union Commission and the Office of the First Lady of Namibia, Siyanbulisa. As you may all know, the African Union's Agenda 2063 is a shared continental strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development for Africa to be realized in the next 50 years. And it was adopted at the 24th African Union Summit in January 2015 at Addis Ababa. The goals of Agenda 2063 are to transform the nations of the continent into democratic, peaceful, and innovative powerhouses that will aim to be global players in the next 50 years. Almost 6 years on, each of Africa's 5 regions is still working towards completing all the aspirations. Some of the regions have had more success with some aspirations than others. However, it is important to note how much progress had been made and how much more there is to go. This is where the 2063 Academy comes in. Today's gathering will afford us an opportunity to engage directly with yourselves, the high-impact youth leaders from across the continent, as well as to introduce you as participants to the incredible work that we are doing as Facebook around safety, economic empowerment, digital literacy, and increasing connectivity across the African continent. Our mission as Facebook is very, very clear: to give people the power to build community and bring the world closer together. Our mission in Africa is no different. Africa is important to Facebook. With more than 1 billion people, there is strong business momentum and opportunity in many countries across the continent. Africa is mobile and connected to Facebook. And importantly, the future of Africa is young, and it comprises of yourselves as participants joining us today. Africa has more people aged under 20 than anywhere else in the world. And one of our key roles across the continent is supporting and investing in young and diverse creative talent. Facebook is invested in genuinely supporting communities across the continent, be they startups, SMBs, developers, creatives, NGOs, and we are constantly connecting, listening, and learning. As part of our efforts in support for the continent, Facebook undertakes a number of expert training and events with partners across sub-Saharan Africa with the aim of equipping individuals and businesses with digital skills to grow. At the core of our work is understanding the market. At Facebook, We are committed to the well-being of individuals and communities who come to our platforms and in turn invest in initiatives designed to build awareness on responsible behavior online, critical thinking, and understanding social issues oftentimes shared via digital technology. It is with this in mind that we have instituted policies, tools, resources, partnerships, and programs to help enable safe, responsible, and beneficial use of our platforms. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have implemented digital literacy programs in countries such as South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Ethiopia, Zambia, just to name a few, reaching over 50,000 participants in the last 3 years, equipping them with these skills to understand how to meaningfully connect, protect themselves from scams and predators, stand up together to stop bullying, and more so that they can stay safe and take advantage of all the internet has to offer. In sharing about Facebook's connectivity initiatives in Africa, connectivity, like I said, is at the heart of our mission. We are committed to bringing more people online to a faster internet. And with 3.5 billion people globally currently unconnected, there is still so much more to do. Africa is currently the least connected continent, with just over 1.3 billion of its people connected to the internet. Facebook's connectivity efforts are focused on expanding and improving connectivity around the world through a number of long-term initiatives, partnerships, and technologies. Our unique approach centers on 3 pillars, namely a comprehensive approach, a building blocks approach, and openness. I will speak to each. On a comprehensive approach, we know there is no silver bullet for connecting the world. No single technology or solution will get the job done. Facebook is building a comprehensive approach to address the many barriers to connectivity. On building blocks, rather than look for a one-size-fits-all solution, Facebook is designing reusable building blocks, new technologies and programs that can be combined together in different ways over the long term to increase internet adoption. On openness, here we talk about collaboration, sharing our learnings and working closely with partners. This helps increase the pace of innovation and connect more people to the internet. Facebook's connectivity mission of bringing more people online to a faster internet can help spur innovation and accelerate attainment of the African Union Agenda 2063 goals of a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women, youth, and caring for children. An Africa as strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. And next, I'm going to share about our connectivity initiatives, namely Free Basics in Africa and to Africa. About Free Basics Africa. So through partnerships with mobile operators, Facebook's Free Basics also provides people with access to basic services, including health information, job sites, education services, and communication tools without data charges on their mobile phones. Yes, by providing an opportunity for young people to experience the value and relevance of connectivity for free at no charge. Free Basics acts as an on-ramp, helping to grow the number of people deciding to use the broader internet. Free Basics is available in over 30 countries across Africa, including Ghana, the DRC, Kenya, Senegal, and it is designed to help address the barriers that keep many people offline. Free Basics is free to both users and content owners. So this means no user is charged for accessing the content available on Free Basics. And also, no content owner or developer is charged for participating in the platform. Facebook does not receive any payment, and no carrier receives payment for participating in this program. When we launch Free Basics in a country, we do so in partnerships with local partners and developers with input from a wide range of local experts and NGOs. We believe in the importance of local language content, and that is why we work with as many locally relevant content providers. Our goal with Free Basics is to help more people experience connectivity through an open and free platform. On to Africa, our next connectivity program. To Africa is one of the most comprehensive and world's longest subsea cables to serve the African continent and Middle East region. Connecting 26 countries in Africa, the Middle East, and Europe, it will deliver increased internet capacity while enabling 4G and 5G access. To Africa is a significant investment by Facebook and builds on our vision of bringing connectivity to some of the world's most underserviced regions. Like all our investments, To Africa is being completed as part of our efforts towards an open and inclusive internet ecosystem, which is a vital part of the continent's digital economic growth. To Africa will enable new avenues of communications from coast to coast. In addition, we are developing a new crossing that links the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, the first in this region in over a decade. As Facebook, we have seen firsthand the positive impact that increased connectivity has on communities, from education to healthcare. We know that economies flourish when there is widely accessible internet for businesses. As Facebook, we see To Africa as an important pillar supporting tremendous internet expansion as part of Africa's digital growing economy. This third edition is the second edition of the Academy that we as Facebook are proud to support. In 2020, we supported the second edition of the Academy by providing a training workshop to participants on digital and internet safety for youths online and using social media for online advocacy. The training was well received by the audience, who engaged with questions on our policies, our safety tools, and how they impact on user safety and privacy, especially for activists and other targeted groups and individuals. Also, by providing ad credits to promote and amplify awareness campaigns on the AU Agenda 2063 on Facebook across the continent. We also joined forces with Project 17 team, the Data for Good team, and the Insights for Impact team to train organizers of the Academy on best practices and tips for running an effective ad campaign. Facebook was also represented as a key speaker in the virtual high-level closing panel event, which was held last year in November. This representation afforded us the opportunity to engage directly with participants from the whole continent and to share our narrative with other panelists, including the UN Under Secretary General and Special Advisor on Africa and the UN Youth Envoy. And on that note, I'd like to thank the organizers of this platform for granting us as Facebook this important platform to share impartations about some of the work that we do as part of Facebook. I thank you, and over to you, Hibo.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nomande. It was a very amazing speech. You have covered a lot of interesting things that we'll be seeing here, and I totally agree that getting as many people we can get online, the fastest we can get to implement the 2063 agenda. Thank you so much. I personally learned a lot going from the Facebook's vision to how we can use social media and etc. to gather your youth people together. Thank you so much. And now I am very honored to give the floor to Ms. Eva Ebion, the Director of I4Policy and the co-founder of Innovation for Policy Foundation. Ms. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Iba. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from Dakar. I'm very happy and excited to be with you all this morning. My name is Eva Sowebion. I'm the co-founder of the Innovation for Policy Foundation and director of I4Policy. So we are a non-for-profit organization and we support public policy co-creation. So what we have been doing these last years is to develop new framework for policy making innovation and develop new methodology and tools that foster deliberative and participatory policy making processes. And these have led us to support different processes in Senegal, Mali, Nigeria, and a lot of processes ongoing in DRC, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, or Rwanda. We really believe the future is co-created, and young people on the continent are creative. They are bold, they are innovative, and they are a strong part of the solution and meaningfully contributes to social development and to the new narrative of the continent. And that's why we're really pleased to join today Atlas for Development, ODA-NEPAD, Facebook, and the Maghreb Economic Forum to celebrate you and to foster collaboration between youth-led organizations to understand and support youth involvement into the AU 2063 agenda. Effective youth participation is about creating opportunity for young people to be involved, for young people to influence, for them to design and to contribute to policy and to the development of services and programs that better fit for them. Through active participation, young people are empowered, and they are empowered to play a critical role in their own development, but also in the development of their community, and these through community action and through positive action. So we think that it's really time to increase youth participation and to make sure that youth participation it's also strengthened by fostering community capacity, giving young people a place into decision-making to really allow them to create more inclusive community. We also know that youth participation enhances new relationship. And through this new relationship, it's about building youth-friendly partnership that can involve those young people, but also improve attitudes and understanding through the young people for better awareness of their capacity, of their beautiful initiative on the continent. And this is done through creating space for the young people to involve, to also acknowledge our different background, our different beliefs and value, and to bring those different culture and background together, to also invite a diverse range of young people to connect, to engage, and to share together. A lot of you have powerful solutions. It's really time to bring those solutions together and to be able for those solutions to scale around the continent. It's also time to ensure that participation and opportunities are accessible for young people. And we believe at IFO-Policy that these can be made through consultation. So we're building different tools that enable you to get access to the different draft laws on the continent, but to be able to give your words and to have your voice heard on what is the effective policy that you would like to see in place. I will finish by amplifying how it is important to inform and to be able to create platforms such as this one for young people to have access to this opportunity, to have access to capacity building, and to definitely recognize how participation of young people is beneficial to young people themselves, to serve their community and to empower other young people. So I want to thank you for making us a part of it. We will have the chance to the week to exchange on a couple of topics, to bring best practices to share with you, such as the youth debate here in Senegal or the youth cafe in Kenya. And we look forward together with my colleague Islam, which is here on the call, to exchange and to share with you during all these weeks. So thank you so much for having us. And I give it back to you, Iba.
Thank you so much, Miss Eva. Thank you. And again, I definitely agree with the fact that it's time for youth to lead, and that youth are very innovative and they're very creative. They indeed have solutions to many problems, and it's time for us to find tools and to find platforms and to give them the opportunity to gather these solutions and their ideas together. Thank you so much, Miss Eva. And last but not least, please help me welcome Mr. Nabil Barkati, who is representing the Maghreb Economic Forum and who was also with us from the beginning of this journey. Mr. Barkati, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hiba, for the presentation, and thank you everyone for being present today with us. So I'm Nabil Barkati from the Maghreb Economic Forum, which is a think and do tank based in Tunis and working on economic and social development in the greater Maghreb region, Africa, and also in the Mediterranean region in general. In the Maghreb Economic Forum, we aim to nurture a new generation of youth, public intellectuals, scholars, policy experts, civil society, public and private leaders, as well as journalists who could address major social, economic, and political challenges in ways that would engage the public at large, and to provide a set of blueprints for our region's renewal in an era of globalization and digitalization. The initial challenge, which continues today, was to find the minds and foster the debates needed to guide the region's renewal in an era of profound, exhilarating, but often threatening change. This is likely to require the combined efforts of public, private, and civic sectors, as well as a blend of technology, policy, and politics. MEF, along with its partners, provides a platform that enables individuals and groups of youth working on these solutions to drive different stages of change, from inspiration to implementation. MEF staffs, fellows, and board believe in the possibility of transformative change. For thousands of years, Africa has repeatedly managed to reinvent its society and economy while still holding to the promise of an open, modern society. We believe that through the power of people, ideas, technology, and participatory democracy, we can now and must renew ourselves again. MEF will be present in the upcoming sessions these days, and we will be happy to share with you what we've already done and listen from youth from all the African countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nabil, and we're looking forward to interacting with you again. Thank you for your amazing speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, again, Thank you so much to our speakers for the lovely speeches, and we can proudly say that the third edition has officially started. During the speeches, I am sure that you have heard the word Agenda 2063 many times, and I'm also sure that many of you already know what the Agenda 2063 is, and some of you don't. Don't worry. We got you covered. Our next session will serve as an overview to learn more and to deepen your knowledge about the Agenda 2063. What is this agenda? What are its goals and aspirations? Why 2063 and not 2050 or 2030, just like the SDGs of the UN? All these questions will be answered in our next session with the NEPAD agency, whom we thank so much once again for their time and support. Before giving the floor to Mr. Simon, I would like to remind the participants that they can either send their questions via chat or raise their hands so that we can unmute them and take the mic. And also keep in mind that as much as you are an active participant, as much as you can earn points so that you can have your golden certificate by the end of the academy. And when asking your question, either via chat or the mic, please don't forget again to mention your name and your country. Mr. Simon, please take the lead.
Thank you very much, Hiba. All protocol observed, I learned a lot from the previous speakers, Madame Eva, Madame Nomonde, and my brother from Maghreb Economic Forum. I'm humbled. I would want to make a submission on behalf of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, as well as the African Union Commission, to provide us with highlights of what the Agenda 2063 is. But I preface my remarks by making two apologies. One, I have some background noise, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to hear well what I'm saying. Two, if I have some network connectivities, I'll be switching maybe from one network to another, but I'll endeavor to make the presentation. So I will kindly share my screen, and Madame Hiba, let me know if my screen is visible on your side, please.
Yep, I can see it clearly.
Thank you very much. Okay, without further ado, I'll get straight into the issue. So, having an appreciation of Agenda 2063, and as you rightly mentioned, this is our own agenda. So we are preaching to the converted. But nonetheless, we thought as a starting point, it would be important that we remind ourselves of what is the primary call, what is the key reference, point that we are all, looking at in these efforts, in the endeavors that we are making as a collective. So, and you'll excuse me because I'll keep repeating some of the words, some of the statements that were made by Madame Eva, Madame Nomonde, but I'll gloss over them because they've done a very elaborate job. So what is Agenda 2063? We are saying this is Africa's long strategic framework that guides the growth and the transformation of the continent, ensuring that we are harnessing both individual and collective efforts of all segments of the communities in Africa towards a unified vision, a unified point that we are all gathering around. So we want to emphasize one thing. It's about growth and it's about transformation, radical transformation in the way we have been undertaking things. And the second thing we want to underline there is that it requires both the individual efforts, but equally importantly, collective efforts. And I think this is what Madame Eva referred to, empowering the youth, and starting with the acknowledgement that within the youth, there is power, there is knowledge, there is capacity. And then between the youth or among the youth, so connecting. And again, Madame Nomonde speaking very much about connecting. So starting individually and then collectively. And you could extend that to the member states of African Union. You could extend that to civil society, private sector, government. You could extend it to all segments. So individual efforts, and then making sure that you then connect these efforts in a structured, coordinated, and indeed deliberate manner. So it's a clarion call to all sections of the African society, the youth, the women, the children, the policymakers, the innovators, scientists, everybody, to work towards building this common future, which is embodied now in what we are saying are aspirations of Agenda 2063. So the agenda is built around a certain set of ideals, and what is critical here is for us to appreciate that there are 5+1 pillars in this tenet. The first one is the African Union vision. Again, you'll allow me to repeat what Madame Nomonde read out: an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, one that is driven and managed by its own citizens. And that's a critical point for us to understand: managed and driven, shaped and indeed, propelled by its own citizens. So while we recognize the role and value of our development partners from the external world, it is important that we take the driving seat, and they are then following us, they are supporting us, they are accompanying us, rather than them taking the lead. And I think that's a new ball game, and representing a dynamic force in the international arena, not coming in as underdogs, but coming in as true, genuine partners. The second pillar is the 8 priority areas of the Solemn Declaration. I'll be speaking to that in a moment. The third one are the aspirations of the African people, what the African people say they would want to see Africa in the next 50 years. That's by 2063. What would we like to see Africa by 2063? We'll be going through them again. The fourth tenet that we look to are the regional and continental frameworks that have been underpinning the socio-economic development efforts of the continent. And we'll be picking up a few of them as examples, just for our appreciation. The fifth pillar, which possibly is the most important, are the issue around what the member states use as the apparatus, as the instruments, as those frameworks for planning, for budgeting, for monitoring, for executing their national development plans and priorities. And for us, that is a critical point. Everything has its point of departure from the member states' development priorities and plans. The +1, and this is one of the critical points that then was a big inclusion away from what had been happening before the construction of Agenda 2063, is the need for a very deliberate effort to have hindsight of what has been happening, so historical trends, a very deliberate insight, knowledge of what is happening, and a much more deliberate effort then to have the foresight, the prospective analysis, the term planning, those things that you say they transcend the conventional 1-2 year planning, and you say, no, what do we want to be in 20 years time, in 50 years time? Where do we want to do? And not in a thumbsuck manner, but in a manner that espouses and indeed resonates with statistical due diligence, forecasting, and indeed something that is quite empirically based. And these you can then structure around, the short-term, medium, and long-term perspectives. Some of the things that we are speaking about in these ideals, you could say are immediate or short-term. A couple of them, you would rank them under fairly medium-term, and others are long-term. Okay. So we then look at the ideals. We'll then briefly look at the ideals, excuse me. On the ideals, the first one is just to recognize that, let me just move this screen away. The first one is to recognize that Africa needs to be proud and indeed to have its own identity, and indeed to have a smell of Africa, that everything we do, everything we set out to plan and indeed to pursue has that smell of Africa. It identifies with Africa. It resonates with the values, the principles, the aspirations, the outlook of Africa. So an African identity, proudly African. And I think again, Madame Eva and Madame Nomonde made mention of, the fact that, there's that whole diversity, but how do we connect that diversity in a manner that will be, very coherent, very structured, and indeed very profitable across the board. So identity and renaissance, evidently. And the second, against colonialism, and this is colonialism in all its facets, in the political domain, in the economic domain, in the intellectual domain, that we need to really get out of, colonialism. So the struggle against colonialism. I keep getting messages which I'm trying to struggle with here. Apologies. Okay. And then the third one is the integration agenda, and this is again fundamental. That what happens in Nigeria is very much so contingent upon, what kind of support, for example, Burkina Faso or Tanzania is providing. In other words, that if we are to have this sustained transformation across the continent, we need the 5 AU member states need to work in tandem. They need to have a deliberate, resolute move to support one another, to learn with one another, to have a collective platform, forum, practices for reflection, collective action, for supporting one another in the right direction. So the integration agenda across the board will be a very fundamental one. And evidently, the integration agenda is buttressed on some of the elements, such as the social and economic development agenda. We'll be speaking to this one much more across the board. So I'll not speak much more about it for now. And the peace and security, that, without peace and security, whatever you do will then fall apart. So how do we ensure that our continent is secure and is peaceful? That being the main foundation for everything that we espouse to do across the board. The notion of democratic governance, that, even as we look at, for example, people excellence, we look at the business models that are, espousing great results. It would all fall between the cracks if we have not paid attention to how we manage our business. The issue of not just management, but also govern our business. So democratic governance will be a critical cog in what we will be, speaking to, and indeed what we'll be looking at going forward. And then ultimately determining Africa's destiny across the board, and making sure that Africa's position in the world is very firmly rooted, not as an underdog, as we said, but one as a critical player in Africa. Now, just remind ourselves of the 7 aspirations. So one of the aspirations, I think, again, I'll repeat, but I'll move very fast because they were said. One is a prosperous Africa that is based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. We want to underline the word inclusive growth, not skewed growth, not tilted growth, but inclusive growth. Inclusive geographically, inclusive in terms of, the cohorts of its population, inclusive in all dimensions. And that, by the way, has a very strong correlation with then the issue of peace and security. Many times that has a strong connotation around that. The second one is an integrated continent that is politically united based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance, that, you know, it's based on those principles that we profess and confess, the creed of Africa, that we wake up every morning to say, this is what we believe in, this is our conviction as Africa. And hence the connection is based on that, that understanding that we all espouse to sustain certain ideals, certain principles, certain values. Evidently, there could be, you know, diversity, but diversity does not necessarily mean that, you know, we'll be going into divergent ways. So integrated continent, which is politically united. And this is, this particular aspiration lends itself more now to the physical interconnections, you know, between from city to cities, and making sure that, you know, the airspaces are connected and so on and so forth. The third one is the good governance that we talked about, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The fourth one is a peaceful and secure Africa. I think we just talked about that. The fifth one has to do with an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, and ethics. As we said, Africa is not short of, you know, amazing things that it has done, which make it stand out of the crowd, which make it very different from other continents, very diverse, very rich. And all we need to do is to connect the dots, to connect in a coherent, structured, deliberate manner. And then out of that will come out a judicious blend, a smell of Africa, which is very unique, very robust, very, you know, something that will make Africa very proud. And hence the need for us to deliberately, and I say deliberately, tap into that particular value. The sixth aspiration, and this lends itself very much to this particular platform, an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by the African people, especially its women and the youth. And this was deliberate. It was not, you know, a coincidence. We are saying especially its women and its youth, and caring for its children. We underscore and indeed we reiterate the role and value of the women and the youth in ensuring that the vision of Africa that we are all trying to pursue, the aspirations that have been calibrated in Agenda 2063, they are only going to be realized in a sustainable manner if we tap into the potential of women and youth, and that we nurture that potential in a very respectful and very structured manner, in a protracted manner, evidently. The last aspiration is an Africa that is strong, united, resilient, and an influential global partner and player on the global landscape. Okay, so very briefly about the continental and some of the regional frameworks that underpin the construction of Agenda 2063. So we have Agenda 2063, but we also recognize that the ecosystem has the Global Development Agenda, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And as you may very well know, Agenda 2063 made a very strong contribution towards the construction of the Sustainable Development Goals through the African Common Position. But within the Agenda 2063, and indeed to operationalize Agenda 2063, which is that long-term strategic framework, there has been the design of the 10-year implementation plans, the first 10-year implementation plan running from 2014 to 2023. Like I said, we are in the 8th year of that first cycle. And above that, then, we have the continental frameworks that help then to operationalize, to crystallize some of these ideas into tangible, bankable programs and projects that are implemented at continental, at regional, at national, and at subnational levels. Some of these programs, you may have come into contact with them. For example, the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, the Environmental Action Program, the Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, and a couple of others. I think to date we have 13 or 14 at continental level. Evidently, there are others at regional level within the regional spaces. SADC has a couple of regional programs. East African Community has a number of other programs. The WUMA has programs, and so on and so forth. Now, out of those big continent frameworks, you then come up with this concrete programs. Now, we want to highlight two things here, that in these programs, projects, initiatives, it is important that we ensure there are mechanisms for integrated planning, for tracking, for reporting, for mutual accountability, for dialogue, for debate among the whole plethora of the players in these in their respective spaces. In other words, that whatever program that is being executed or planned, there needs to be that inclusive mechanism of thinking through, of reflecting, of holding one another accountable, and indeed of ensuring that we identify, when I say we, the entire plethora is identifying itself with these projects and ensuring that they then come to a success. Second thing is then the need for systemic capacities in the country. Systemic capacities, as I said, the starting point, the point of departure in everything we are doing is the countries, the member states of the African Union, the 55. And we are saying that unless there is systemic capacities for planning, for budgeting, for implementation, for monitoring, for reporting, for learning, for knowledge co-creation, if we don't have that capacity, all these things will fall apart. Why I emphasize all these things? Because I feel the youth have a critical, fundamental role in all the spaces that are being mentioned here. And you could bring in the ingenious ideas, as Madame Nomonde and Madame Eva were mentioning, the issues around, say, how technology can be used then to up the game, to profile some of these things in a very critical way. Okay, so I'll then run briefly to the first 10-year implementation plan, and I'll try to summarize it in this matrix. It's a 7x4 matrix. So on the y-axis is the 7, which are the aspirations, the 7 aspirations, which we've just gone through, aspiration 1 to aspiration 7. But on the x-axis, then we try to group the goals, the 20 goals, into 4 broad areas. The first area is around wealth creation. So the first 10-year implementation plan puts a lot of emphasis on ensuring that Africa creates wealth. That Africa creates wealth, and that is critical. And how does it do that? Through agriculture, so modern agriculture, through ensuring that there's a united Africa, through world-class infrastructure, through making sure that Africa is taking full responsibility of its financing. That we deliberately see a reduction in ODA, even as we then use our domestic resource mobilization efforts to sink our heels deep into what we are doing. So we are getting more reliant, if you wish. But over and above wealth creation, we then realize that there is need to ensure that the wealth that has been created is deliberately shared in a manner that is respectful and acceptable across the spectrum. And like we said again, this is critical and fundamental for ensuring sustained growth, indeed, but also for peace and security of the continent. And hence, the need to also then ensure that, there are transformed livelihoods. The third cohort has to do with transformative capacities within, we mentioned this before, capacities within our continent to be able to sustain all these efforts, to be able to create wealth, to be able to share the wealth, to be able to ensure that the livelihoods are transformed, not in a haphazard manner, but in a systematic, protracted, and deliberate manner. being guided by particular frameworks. And lastly, is just for us to appreciate Mother Africa, our Mother Earth, if you wish, that Mother Earth is treated in a manner that will be beneficial to us, the current generation, but also to the next generation, without necessarily compromising the dividends thereof. So this would kind of summarize what Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan is. But let's get a little bit into what it looks like. So it has the 7 aspirations, it has 20 goals, it has 39 priority areas, and each of those priority areas has a set of attendant targets, and each of the targets has a set of corresponding indicators. So just for our quick understanding, I'll give just one example, which is on the high standard of living. So a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth, which is aspiration 1. And the first goal here is a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all. This particular goal has 4 priority areas. I took the liberty to pick out just 2 of the priority areas. Priority area 2 is talking about poverty, inequality, and hunger. That Africa needs to have its a very clear focus on ensuring that we fight against poverty, inequality, and hunger. And as we will be seeing on Wednesday, the dashboard that our principles, the dashboard that our countries are producing is anchored around the priority areas, saying how well is Morocco addressing this? How far is Tanzania doing this? How well is Malawi, Nigeria, and so on playing that? Now, under the priority area, there are specific targets. So it's not going to be thumbs up to say we are doing very well. Based on what? So having a 3-tier analysis point. So point of departure, the base year, the point that you are expected to be at the current year, and the actual point you are at. So that variance analysis is critical, and it is informed by the set of targets. So target number 1 is making sure you reduce the levels of poverty as they stood at 2013, which is the best year, by at least 30% by 2023. By 2023. When we come to the segment of actual tracking, we shall then just provide you on Wednesday, we shall provide you with an understanding that actually the assessment is then done as at that current year, vis-a-vis the 2023 target. The second target is about reducing poverty amongst women by at least 50%, reducing inequality in the community in Africa. And this is the critical point that we all will need to keep looking at. And I think the youth will be very interested to put in place barometers, to put in place, various apparatus that could help in terms of tracking that, but also reducing the inequalities among the communities in Africa. And then the fourth element has to do with the proportion of the population who suffer from hunger being drastically reduced. Africa is very rich in terms of, production of food in many areas, and hence we should try to minimize the occurrence of hunger in Africa. So reducing that drastically. Okay. So because of time, I think I'll leave priority area 3. You can always read. I'll submit this to the organizers who will be able to share this presentation with you after my presentation. Operationalizing Agenda 2063 is also done through what we call the African Union flagship projects. At the moment, we have 14, maybe there's a 15th one which has come up, and you might be aware about some of them. We know the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that member states now have, embraced. We have the Single Africa Air Transport Market, ensuring that the airspace allows free movement of goods and people within and between Africa, that if one is traveling from Burkina Faso, you don't have to travel to France before you come back to Nigeria. You should be able to travel from Burkina Faso fairly easily, 45 minutes to an hour, rather than spend a full day or 2 days in the air and so on and so forth. Others include silencing the gun by 2020. Evidently, some progress has been made. A lot more has to be done. The African passport and free movement of people, the Grand Inga Dam project, the Great Museum of Africa, cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. And the critical point with this is, can we get those triggers that are populated within the continent, place a lot of emphasis on these triggers, place political and technical weight around this, clout around these projects, and they then serve as a beacon of hope, not only as a center of ripple effects, ripple benefits to the member states that are around that, but also as a beacon of hope and indeed an inspiration, something that would motivate the member states, the regional blocs, and indeed the continent to be able to do more. Just to use Madame Eva's word, to scale, to bring to scale a number of these things. So those are some of the projects that are being undertaken. Like I said, progress across the implementation of this is uneven. Some have made tremendous progress. Some are much, much slower for various reasons. But we keep our hope alive. Where there is a will, there is a way. And hopefully for some of those that have not made much progress, the engagement of the youth will be one of the critical cogs accelerating implementation. Now, let's briefly look at the architecture that defines the implementation of Agenda 2063. And I do this again to provide you with a fairly good trajectory of what happens within that, such that as you engage, you are engaging in a more informed manner, and you know exactly where your point of entry is, and you have a clear line of sight of where you want them to be at, what result, what impact you want to make. So that clarity is of fundamental importance. So we have 2.5 cogs in this. The first one is the importance, again, we place on in-country systemic capacities. We can never say that high enough. The need for capacities in ministries, in departments, in agencies, in civil society, in youth, in the academia, in the media, to be able to have, to be able to undertake policy formulation, policy analysis, policy review, policy implementation, policy monitoring, managing, the investment financing, looking at the technological advances, looking at, the issues that lend themselves to the strategic orientation of the country. And here we are saying country, and we are being very deliberate. It is the country that is the starting point, and it's the very most important point that we are putting a lot of emphasis on. The organizational skills, the human capacity developments, again, looking at, as I said, the entire spectrum from, the strategic orientation through to the way we organize ourselves, the organizational arrangements, the financing architecture, the partnership arrangements, the monitoring, the data, and the entire trajectory. That needs to be unpacked, unraveled, and we see what capacities are there and what extra capacities are required to be enhanced. They say nothing is too good not to be enhanced or not to be improved. Where do we need to strengthen or to do better? Now, with that recognition, Agenda 2063 then recognizes that while countries are doing so much, they are doing a lot, and indeed they form the bedrock of what we are doing. There is implementation support required, and this could be from the regional perspective or from the continental, as well as maybe the global. Okay, but this support then is framed around 4 major blocks, 4+1. The first one is to ensure that the continental and regional and hopefully the global development agenda are domesticated and internalized within the countries. at both the national and the subnational levels. Again, I'll speak to that in a moment, so allow me just to leave it at that for now. The second one is to ensure that over and above embracing and appreciating the role and value of the continental and regional development frameworks, that there is need for technical rigor to align, to mainstream, to situate the global and continental agendas in a very respectful manner, to overlay that within the national development planning apparatus, and that should add value to what the countries are doing. This should see it not as an inconvenience, not as a liability, but one that is accelerating what they are doing, one that is enabling them to see value in that addition. The third element then has to do with ensuring that whatever we do, there is a deliberate effort to track, to monitor, to analyze, to assess not just how far, but how well we are implementing what we are doing. And evidently, that leads a lot to the issues, yes, of learning, of co-creation of knowledge, of mutual accountability, and indeed, of ensuring that all that we are doing is very much in the space of the integration agenda. And then lastly is the evaluation and the mutual accountability platforms. But the plus one has to do with, and again, I think the three speakers mentioned this, the need for communication, across the board. Communication, I think Madam Nomande or Madam Iva said, we engage with, different languages. We promote the language, the content within different languages. This is critical. If the population is to engage in this rather abstract thing, they need to appreciate it in the language, in a manner they appreciate, they understand, they identify with. And language here may not just be, the actual language, but also the form, the nature, the shape in which we present this. So it could be infographics, it could be policy pieces, it could be guidelines, checklists, it could be posters, whatever it is. The use of social media should be a critical cog going forward. So in terms of domestication, I'll run very quickly through this. What the countries do is to pick up the signature that their head of state left in Addis Ababa when he said, yes, Kenya is penning its signature to be a part of implementing Agenda 2063. Pick up that signature, bring it back into Kenya. I'm using Kenya as an example. And what some of them have done is then for that signature to be functional, they then maybe have cabinet meetings to say, what does this mean to Kenya if we are to implement Agenda 2063? What are the implications? So they come up with a cabinet memo. Others then go ahead to designate focal persons to say, or focal points, to be able to be in charge of ensuring that Agenda 2063 does not fall through the cracks in the country. And others then push it to the parliament, national parliament or subnational parliament, to say, yes, how are we going to handle this? How are we going to track it? How are we going to budget for it? How are we going to, what are the implications, and so on and so forth, and various other things, legislation, institutional alignment, human capacities, and so on and so forth. The second element has to do with the backstopping. As I said, this is technical backstopping around the convergence and the coherence of the global, the continental, the regional agenda when they are mapped and overlaid against the national development plans and priorities. And this is done in a very structured way. It's there are tools and processes that are followed. And evidently, when they are doing that, they make very deliberate consideration of what are the implementation arrangements in the country. So it's both the arrangements and the capacities in the countries. So what are those tools for planning, for example? How strong, how coherent, how robust are they to be able to embrace that? The third element is the dashboards that we talked about, the tracking, the reporting, the reflection, the learning, the ultimately pointing to the co-creation of knowledge capitalization. And in this particular case, I'm just proud to say to you ahead that we are at the tail end of coming up with the country reports across the board, which will be the second biennial reports. Reports are produced every 2 years on the implementation of Agenda 2063 first 10-year implementation plan, guided by a set of core indicators. And the set of core indicators then gives us a dashboard of how well and how far country X is proceeding on indicator XYZ. And it gives them, it gives you a snapshot of, you know, how far that is going. And evidently in that construction, we have done the appraisal.
I think that Mr. Simon has, or yeah, I think he has a connection issue. We'll be giving him some moments so that he can fix the problem, and I'm sure he'll be back to us in a few seconds. Thank you for your patience and for paying attention.
Later, just lost but connected to another network.
Mr. Simon, we're having some difficulties.
Yes, I had disconnected, but now I'm back. Is that okay? Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You've lost the screen sharing, so if you want to double check.
I'm going to reshare.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just give me a sec. Let me see if I can actually connect to another network. Maybe it will be a bit more stable. Sincere apologies for this hitch, but we hope we'll get over it. And I'm at the tail end of my presentation anyway, so I should be out of this in a moment. Okay, so I'll be sharing just now. Okay. I don't know if you see my screen, please.
No, we still can't see.
Not yet. Okay, then I'll connect. Just work again. Apologies. Any luck right now?
Still not.
Still not. Okay, should be on the way. Should be coming.
No
Should be
worries.
coming. Okay. Is it there now?
No.
Not yet. Okay. I'll share again. Last time. Apologies. I'll stop sharing and I'll reshare. So stop sharing.
Maybe if you try to reconnect.
Is it there now? Is it there now?
No, not yet. Maybe try to reconnect. Leave the meeting and then come back and let's try again.
I've just done that. When I switched networks. Is it there now?
No.
Okay. One last time. I'll stop sharing and I'll reshare. should work. It must work. No luck yet?
No, we can't see the screen.
Okay, anyway, there are just 2 more slides. So if you don't mind, I could redeem time by just speaking to them. And as we said, we'll then allow colleagues to engage with the slides at some point in time later today. I'll be sending them to the organizers. Is that right?
Yes, that works perfectly.
Fantastic. Okay. So the other elements that I spoke to were the evaluation and the advocacy, and that I'll leave. So I'll just end with the last slide, which is an appreciation that we are not working in a vacuum. When we say we, I mean the African fraternity, the people therein. There is a number of other engagements in Africa, and one of them, of course, being the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. The others are the high fives and a couple of others. So in this last slide, unfortunately, it's not showing on your site. It's more about.
I can help you, Simon, for sharing the screen. I think I have already.
Okay. Oh, the last slide. Okay, just help me share the last slide then. Thank you. Just the last slide. Thank you. Sincere apologies for that glitch, but I've actually reached the end.
Do you see the slide? Can anyone see share screen?
Yes, yes, Hatim, we can see it perfectly now.
Thank you very much, my brother Hatim. Thank you. Very helpful. So the point here is we just wanted to reiterate that we are not working in a vacuum, and we need to be cognizant of the other complementary efforts that are being brought in by other development partners. But critical and fundamental is to actually appreciate the convergence and the common denominators around these frameworks. For example, when you look at Agenda 2063, the SDGs and the high fives of the African Development Bank, at the center, you see a lot about people excellence, a continent that is, whose development is driven by its own people, the notion of skilling people, the different range of people. So that's critical. The second element is prosperity, that we need to see prosperity across the board and in a very transformative and sustained manner. The issues around partnership, that no matter what we are doing and how well we are doing it, that there is need for us then to liaise with others. We need to tap and leverage the efforts that others are actually bringing on board. And this is something very, very, very important going forward. And then ultimately, the issues of, appreciating the resources that God has endowed us with as Africa. So the convergence gives us the bedrock, the justification to be able to build inroads into strengthening the collaboration, the coordination, the planning, how we intervene in the different member states. And when I say we, the regional, the continental, the global, should be much more coordinated as they engage with the different member states. When we reach the Wednesday session on M&E, we will be able to refer to the AU-UN partnership framework, which is ultimately saying, as we gather reports, as we develop reports on Agenda 2063, the reports should essentially be able to minister and indeed to address the needs of other platforms such as SDGs or the high fives, and hence that need to look at the set of indicators, to look at the methodology, so standardization, the issues around rigor, but also the processes that we pursue and indeed undertake in writing these reports to be cognizant of other processes, and hence building that coherence and collaboration. So the complementarity and reinforcement of these agendas provides a unique opportunity to effectively address Africa's development challenges with increased collaboration and ensuring that the resources at our disposal are optimally used. So, Madam Chair, I just want to leave it at this point, and I want to appreciate the time that you have given us to make the presentation. I apologize for the technical glitches, and I apologize for being long. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. The participants have learned a lot, and you have covered a lot of important points. Unfortunately, we're having some lack of time, so now we'll be moving quickly to some of the questions. If you wish to ask your question on the mic, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll be moving to the questions on the chat. Please don't forget when you activate your mic to ask the question to mention your name and your country. I already see some raised hands. Give me just 1 second. So, Noor Al-Huda, please. And please be brief and concise. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Noor Al-Huda Hamdi from Morocco. And I wanted to thank all our speakers today. I wanted to go back to the speech of Nomande. And so she talked about Facebook and connectivity and how it can impact healthcare and education. But I think social media is a two-edged knife, and youths are today struggling with addiction to these platforms like Facebook or Instagram. And so I think we need to think about that, because we see lots of trends such as social media detox. And so while sharing these platforms in Facebook in Africa can increase many sectors, we should also think about the negative side and how we can cure this addiction.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noor Al-Huda. I'm pretty sure we're going to take your remark into consideration. I appreciate your participation. And now I will move to one more question on the mic. And I will be asking Umayma. Umayma, please unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank our speaker for this amazing presentation also. I have a question regarding the youth and the young generation. Showing us the agenda of 2063 is like showing us a positive future that we want for Africa. But how can we make the youth believe again in this agenda and the realization of this agenda? Because nowadays we see that young generation is going abroad for a better education, for opportunities, job opportunities. So how can we realize and can we make the youth believe in this agenda? And how is different from other agenda that we have in the past? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Umayma, for your question. Mr. Simon. And by the way, for Noor Al-Huda's question, I'm not sure that Mr. Simon's gonna answer your from the opening, gonna answer your question, but we're gonna have all of our speakers with us at the closing ceremony, and sure, you can ask your question then. Mr. Simon, would you want to answer Umayma's question?
I will attempt, but evidently as I lie in the audience. But evidently, I think I'll just try to share my opinions. Thank you very much, Madam Alam. I think it's a critical point that you raise. Unless we believe, unless we embrace this and we see it as something possible, something plausible, something that is going to be different from what has happened before in the last decades, this will just never happen. So one of the things that then we are doing is precisely this platform where we are demystifying what this abstract animal is, Agenda 2063. But as we demystify it, we also open up the spaces for opportunities where youth, women, children, indeed the higher segments of the population can find space for their contribution in a meaningful and indeed acceptable manner. So that's one of the things. What Madam talked about is about communication, using all facets to communicate the message and it to communicate more.
Mr. Simon? Have we lost you again? Yeah, I think, well, meanwhile, let's take some more questions, but
Hi, Hiba.
Just continue, my apologies. Sorry. Just continue, Madam Nomande. I think I have network issues. Please.
No, that's fine. Thank you so very much for the question that was asked, directed at us, perhaps as social media companies. I think I'm fortunate in the sense that I have lived in what we've termed the analog world, and I'm also around during the digital world. And I recall even during the analog world discourse, there were huge concerns around the consumption of media at the time, be it how much screen time children are spending or even adults, consuming television and things like that. And hence, even on the digital platform, we are intensifying in our programs on how to remain safe online. We've got programs not only for youth and children, but we also have programs for parents, caregivers, and educators, so that they also get to understand the social media universe, and they are able to share impartations to their children in terms of them as being adults, giving that oversight in terms of the amount of screen time is actually being spent by the children. But I mean, we definitely do support social media responsible behavior of any sort, just like any other form of, maybe even during the analog universe where we lived. Obviously, if you're talking about early childhood development stages, you'll be told that a child that is developing should not be spending X amount of time in front of television. In actual fact, you should actually be feeding them with rhymes, necessary rhymes, or storytelling to help them develop their minds cognitively. And one would assume that the same would also apply also within the digital world, to say, yes, it does present us with great opportunities from a connectivity perspective. Right now we are able to engage in this particular platform thanks to the internet. So these are some of the things that we cannot shy away. But what is important is, while we are online, how do we remain responsible? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nomande. Well, I would have loved to have more questions, but since we don't have, and we're running out of time, I'll take one more last question from Ula. Ula Sharafuddin, if you want to unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, clear and loud.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ola Sharafuddin, and I'm from Sudan. My question, first of all, thank you for the nice presentation for all the speakers. My question is, even if youth are able to do all things that we said they can contribute in all this in the African agenda and developing Africa, are they actually an opportunities for them that are available that require youth to be there? Like, does the AU or wherever institute that needs to do in developing Africa, are they actually providing opportunities for youth? Are they a call application just for youth or something like that? Or are we just talking about youth being able to do this? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, Ola. But let me tell you that the answer to your question will be right away covered in our next presentation. So let's keep that noted and let's make sure that it's going to be answered. So once again, I want to thank Mr. Simon for his amazing session. We've learned a lot, and thank you to the participants for your questions and for your remarks and reactivity. We're so proud of that. Before moving to our next session, I want to thank the opening speakers and ask Mr. Simon one last time if you have something to add. The floor is yours.
Madam, I think thank you very much. I think it's all been covered. Evidently, there will be further engagement along the line. We hope connectivity will be a lot better than it has been. Once again, sincere apologies. Many times we engage with the youth with listening ears because there's a lot to learn more than to share. So there's so much we are expectant from the youth. We find this very plausible partnership and issues that collectively heads and face on we marshal our the right direction. We should go the want to be able to thumb off what has been straining Africa's development and no higher. As you and what the previous speaker enlightened, it's
Thank you so much, Mr. Simon. Before moving to our next session, I want to thank Mrs. Nomande for her time, for her answers, and for her availability for us. I want to thank Ms. Eva from I4Policy also, and Mr. Barkati. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that all the participants want to talk to you and want to meet you again. I assure you that we're going to have all of our speakers again at the closing ceremony. Don't worry, we'll still be able to interact with them. Without further ado, let's move on to our next session. So Reem, a very inspiring lady, is going to enlighten us on the role of the youth in implementing Agenda 2063. Reem, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Hiba. Thank you, dear participants, for your very appreciated interest. Thank you, speakers. My name is Ribman Salah. I am a research student of Masters of Law and Policies of the African Union at the Carthage University in Tunisia, and I am an African Union youth volunteer from the 11th cohort of 2021. Our presentation today is going to be about the role of youth in implementing Agenda 2063. And in order to do that, I will want to start by finding out how much we know about the 2063 and the youth involvement in it. Let's start with a quiz. Let me share my screen first. Please confirm if you are able to see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So we're gonna start with a code quiz. If you're not familiar with it, we just have to match the answers with the correct color. You can go to the code code.it, and you will have a pen. Let me just. Okay, so I hope that you can see the pin code in front of you. You can just copy it to respect sort of code restrictions and the to keep things competitive. Just try to log in as fast as you can. We will have 10 participants on the quiz, but the rest of you, please feel free to answer the questions on the chat. Great, we have 3 already. So the pin code is 116547 on code.it. I hope you are able to log in and just write your username and countries if you can, so we will know how diverse our group today is. Okay, for participants. Grade 5. Seven, 3 more to go. 2 more to go. And okay, let's get started. Okay. Great. So I really urge the rest of you to answer in the chat. Okay. The first question is starting. When was Agenda 2063 adopted? January of 2015, June 2015, July 2020, May 2020. We have 3 answers so far. And a few in the chat box as well. Okay, the correct answer is January 2015. And who was the fastest to answer is Lubna from Morocco. Great. Moving on to the next one, how many priority areas were mentioned in the AU 50th Anniversary Solemn Declaration? 10, 5, 7, or 8? 2 answers so far. 4, 5, 6, 7. Great. We have a few as well in the chat box. You can keep plugging in, guys. Great. So great job, and Idris is taking the lead. Moving on, the third question, how many aspirations are in Agenda 2063? Remember, we've seen this during the previous session, so let's see if we retained anything. Great, you're answering fast. 3 seconds to go. Let's see. Great, Salma, again. The fourth question, how many goals are in Agenda 2063? 17, 7, 21, 20. Okay, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and let's see. Great, Nabil was the fastest to answer. Moving on, which aspiration emphasizes on the role of youth in Agenda 2063? Four, 5. Okay, I see your answers in the chat box. Most of you are saying 5. It's aspiration 6. And Nabil was the fastest as well. Which goals are linked to aspiration 6? 18 and 19, 1 and 2, 17 and 18, or 5 and 6? 3 responses so far. Okay, let's see. Of course, the correct is 17 and 18. And great job. Nabil is still taking the lead. Okay, almost done. How many flagship projects are in Agenda 2063? 7, 20, 15, or 5? Okay, some of you are saying 15, some are saying 17. Okay, 2 seconds to go. And it is 15. Let's see how we're doing. Still Nabil is taking the lead. We can tell he was paying attention during the previous session. Last one, how many priority areas are in Agenda 2063? 10, 20, 40, or 50 priority areas? Great, 4 seconds to go. We should know this by now. And let's see. Great job, and still Nabil is taking the lead. The last one, the first 10-year implementation plan spans from 2014 to 2023, 2013, 2022, 2015, 2024, or 2016, 2025. Try to remember this was mentioned in Mr. Simon's session. Okay, and it's 24, 20, 23. Let's see who our top players are. Third place, Lubna from Morocco. The second place, Salma. And the first place is, drum roll, Nabil. Great job, guys. Thank you so much for playing. Thank you for those of you who participated in the chat. Let's get back to our presentation. Okay. So the objectives of this presentation, as I've already mentioned, that we are speaking about the role of youth in implementing 2063, is identify the notion of youth and its importance in the African context, understand the AU's general vision and framework on youth, understand the necessity of youth involvement, and acknowledge and highlight some of youth initiatives in various fields in Africa. So we can't speak about youth without starting by identifying who are youth. So according to the African Youth Charter, youth or young people shall refer to every person between the ages of 15 and 35. Keep in mind that this age gap might vary from an institution to another, but generally it is between 15 years old and 35 years old. In 2020, the median age in Africa is of 19 years old, making Africa's population the youngest in the world. This is not exclusive to 2020. Africa is going to keep that same rate even by 2050, by 2100, where Africa should still have the youngest population worldwide with a median age of 35. This can highlight, I can show you how important it is to take steps currently and right now in order to improve and encourage youth involvement in every aspect when it comes to decision-making processes on the continent. And remember that youth development initiatives should be guided by evidence-based approaches and fact-based approaches. So why do you think that youth participation in decision-making is important? You can type in very quickly your answers in the chat. Just a couple of words, or what are your thoughts on why it is important to include young people in decision-making processes? I will try to read a few of your answers. Nurul Hade said that youth are the most active. They are the future, absolutely. Creative thinking, absolutely. They are the majority, yes. Critical mindset, great, thank you for sharing. Keep sharing your thoughts and what you think. I will add to that and everything that is very interesting that are being added to on the chat box. So youth participation is important because it leads to better and more efficient decisions. It enhances the AU relationships with young people, especially that, like we said, they are the majority and we are the majority, and future generations are coming as well, contributes to positive youth development. So now that we've already seen what is Agenda 2063, we sort of identified the notion of youth in the African context. Now about implementing the Agenda 2063. In general, implementing something for the specific context of the 2063, in order to implement it, we have the first 10-year implementation plan for Agenda 2063 that spans from 2013 to 2023 and is the first in a series of 5 10-year plans over the 50-year horizon of Agenda 2063 50 timeframe. Of course, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go through the implementation part in details, but I assure you that in many sessions to come during this academy, we will have the full idea and the full details when it comes to implementing the agenda. Right now, we just have to retain that the implementation means how we're going to put 2063 into action with the involvement and participation of youth. In order to do that as well, we can just assume the implementation of something without having factual results. We can mention the first continental report on the implementation of Agenda 2063 that as well you are going to be able to see it in full details in the upcoming sessions. So going back to the main goal of this presentation, it's going to be 2 main questions. How is the AU encouraging youth participation for the first part, and how is youth initiating its own participation and involvement in Agenda 2063? So for the first part, we're going to see the AU's youth-focused policies and programs, the major ones, because unfortunately we are restricted by time. So in order to implement these policies and programs, other than the AU Commission, different organs, institutions, the RECs, national levels, the AU sort of have 2 organs or 2 programs, projects, departments that are dedicated exclusively to youth development. An example of that, we have the youth division that is responsible for Africa's youth agenda at the African Union Commission and is in charge of addressing issues concerning youth policy development, youth capacity building, promoting youth participation through many activities, youth forums, etc. And another element that is helping towards that, and it can show us the interest that the AU has towards the youth, is the Special Envoy for Youth that is appointed by the chairperson of the Commission in November 2018. So now that we have sort of what departments are exclusively working towards ensuring youth participation, we are going to see youth AU policies and the position of youth in Agenda 2063, the African Youth Charter, the African Plan of Action of Youth Empowerment, the APAE, and the 1 Million by 2021 initiative. So during this presentation, please try to keep in mind this this graph or this structure that has the Agenda 2063 on top and the rest of the policies and the rest of the legal documents that are sort of serving the ultimate goal of the Agenda 2063. And in this presentation, we are more concerned about Aspiration 6, that aims for an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for children, with the goal number 17 and 18, aiming toward a full gender equality in all spheres of life, and engaged and empowered youth and children. So something to keep in mind, because we, some of you mentioned the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. The Agenda 2063, and when it comes to youth or other areas, yes, it is very sort of matched and very specific to the African context, but it's not isolated from the rest of the world and the international context. So we can have here some of the links between the youth goals and the priority areas of the Agenda 2063 with the SDGs, especially SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, as well as the SDG number 5, that aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. So now that I hope that we sort of retain that Agenda 2063 and especially aspiration number 6 is what is the aspiration that is dedicated directly and sort of exclusively toward youth and women and children. We have the African Youth Charter. It is a legal document that aims to strengthen, reinforce, and consolidate efforts to empower young people through meaningful participation and equal partnership in driving Africa's development agenda. The African Youth Charter was adopted in Banjul, the Gambia in 2006, entered in force in 2009. We have 39 ratifications, the last was in 2019, and 43 signatures. Now, from the African Youth Charter, we're going to focus on Article 6, which sort of talks about the responsibilities of youth and how the youth shall have the duty of become the custodian of their own development. And this is the core of this presentation. It is in the youth's hand, it is in our hand to ensure our development and our involvement in the development of Africa. So one of the examples of how the AU is encouraging youth participation, we have this initiative, the African Youth Charter Hustlers, to lead continental and regional as well as national advocacy for the ratification and implementation of the Charter. This initiative was an open call for all the youth on the continent to advocate for action and to promote Africa's model, advocate for the implementation of the Youth Charter, for other policies, to work on national level with their communities in order to sort of promote the content of the African Youth Charter as well as its implementation by their own governments. The same thing with Africa's model is to promote Pan-Africanism, promote the African experience and the good best practices that some countries are really taking the lead on. The third part that we're going to focus on is the APAYE and try to retain this this African Plan of Action for Youth Empowered, because it's very important and it's sort of a hat African plan for youth empowerment, development, involvement in policies on the continent. So what does the APAYE? It provides a blueprint for youth programming at a continental, regional, and national levels in Africa. We're going to see its foundation, the guiding principles of the APAYE, key performances, key stakeholders and their roles, as well as transformational outcomes, meaning that what is the success of APAYE would look like on the continent. So the foundation of the APAYE, so it serves a central document for harmonizing many AU frameworks, such as and other internationals, such as the SDGs, like we mentioned before, the agenda, the Youth Charter, the National Youth Policies and Plan, etc. So when it comes to its guiding principles, the main thing that that the APAYE is guided by is to empower young people in Africa to make appropriate life choices and to contribute meaningfully to the socio-economic development of the continent, by improving the health and well-being in general, by providing education and opportunity, to create favorable conditions for youth to make very meaningful contributions. This can happen through continental flagships like we've seen, the technical assistance and capacity building that is provided by the AU institution, by the RACs. The same thing goes with strengthening the foundation for sustained implementation that is going to serve the 2063 agenda, especially when we have a long period of time that we are trying to make sustainable implementation and development. The key performance indicators works on 3 levels. We have the foundational level that is going to serve every sort of institution on the continent. The same thing on the continental level, and as well as a country or more national level. So we, the FIA aims to have a robust coordination mechanism, meaning that there's mutual accountability and strong alignment of key stakeholders that you're going to see in next slides. On a continental level, for example, to increase number of youth benefiting the youth empowerment opportunities, to amplify the youth voices in various continental programs, and on a country level where the member states demonstrate increased investment and progress toward achieving continental targets for youth, as well as for the member states to ensure they create enabling environment for youth development. Now moving on to the roles and responsibility of the key stakeholders. Of course, we have the member states. Same thing with the African Union Commission, the Youth Division, other departments and organs, regional economic commissions, and most importantly, and what concerns us the most during this presentation, are young people. The goal is to mobilize young people to advocate for FIA and actively contribute to its implementation, to partner with relevant organizations to accelerate the implementation of FIA and to disseminate FIA to various youth platforms, just like we're doing today with the 2063 Academy, is sort of promote and diffuse the information. Same thing goes with partners and civil society. They are urged to provide technical and financial support, to mobilize country offices to support member state implementation of FIA, to assess and report the impact of FIA at a national and subnational levels. What does success look for FIA? So what are the transformation outcomes? Of course, is improving life standards, just like the 2063, to ensure transformed, inclusive, and sustainable economies, integrated Africa, peaceful Africa, empowered women and youth and children, well-governed, and a cultural-centric Africa in a global context. So the third main part, now that we have seen the aspiration 6 from the Agenda 2063, we've seen the African Youth Charter, its importance, and how the AU is doing efforts toward its implementation through the youth. We've seen the FIA, which is a very key element. And now we're moving on to the 1 million by 2022 initiative that was launched in April 2019 to catalyze action for youth development in Africa. The 1 million by 2021 initiative aims to create 1 million new opportunities for young African in education, employment, entrepreneurship, and engagement. Try to hold on to these 4 E's because we're going to go a little bit more in details in the next slide, in the continent and in the diaspora. So the 4 E's, they aim, so throughout the 4 E's, the 1 million by 2021 initiative aimed to accelerate socio-economic development on the continent through opportunities. For example, entrepreneurship, we have 2 examples, but please feel free, and I really urge you to go and check the 1 million by 2021 initiative, because you will find numerous opportunities that a lot of them are open today, are still open for applications, and you can really see how the efforts that the AU is making towards youth participation. So going back to entrepreneurship, We have the African Skill Portal for Youth, for example. It's a continental platform for knowledge exchange and private sector engagement in skills development, open for youth. Same thing with the Young African Program and on innovation and entrepreneurship, and many more. For education, we have the Pan-African University. I'm sure that you heard about it. It provides scholarships, it provides very up-to-date programs to African youth. Same goes with the African Union Learn platform. It's an online platform accessible for all. Engagement, we have the, as an example, the YAPOS talk, where young professionals are gathered for a conversation series to discuss many issues and many interest points that are going on in Africa. We have the Africa Youth Month, where the AU tries to amplify and shine spotlight on young voices. When it comes to employment, we have an example for the African Union Youth Volunteers Corps that recruits and works with young professionals aged between 18 to 33 from across the continent and the diaspora to serve for a period of 12 months in their respective fields of expertise in an AU member state. This is one of many opportunities of employment that the AU is offering the African youth. Now that we've seen have an idea about what are the major policies and programs that the AU is offering in effort to make youth participation more amplified and more to shine the light on youth involvement in the Agenda 2063. Remember when we started, we said that the importance of the youth makes us want to make decision or have to make decision based on facts and data and very reliable information. One of the things that can help us do that, whether it can help youth do that as well as the AU institution, is the status of African Youth Report. And I'm sure that this is going to be presented to you more in detail in upcoming sessions, but I also urge you to check it on the website. Look for it. It's very enlightening, and it really highlights the situation of the youth currently in Africa. It provides an understanding of the current landscape, and it examines the impact of intervention and aids in optimizing evidence-informed policy creation. So I really, just because of matter of time, we can go in details into it, but I urge you to check it out. The same thing goes with the Youth Development Data Dashboard that is available on the 1 Million by 2021 initiative website. You can see status of African youth and youth development index. You can have rates of child labor, of population, self-employment, health and well-being, education, etc. So just to sum up what we did in this first part, considering the AU's effort toward ensuring and encouraging youth participation, we went from the structure that I urged you to remember at first, where we have the Agenda 2063 and its Aspiration 6. We have the African Youth Charter, moving on to the FIA, and then the 1 Million by 2021 initiative. So keep that structure in mind, because through that you can really get inspired more as well as informed when it comes to the youth participation. Now we're going to move to our next part, which is the youth-led initiatives. This part, we're going to see how the youth themselves are trying to be more involved in the implementation of 2063. Many areas are interest points to young people in Africa. Climate change is a big issue, health and well-being, gender equality, peace building, sustainable development, and many, many more. For that, we're going to have a few examples. I want to start with highlighting this opportunity and this event as one of many efforts that are being made towards towards the participation of youth in implementing 2063. And when it comes to advocacy and promotion and sort of emphasizing the importance of it, we have the 2063 Academy, where it aims to build youth capacity, to exchange ideas, experience, create platforms like this to sort of inspire youth and to go forward with their initiative when it comes to having a seat at the table when decisions are being made, especially decisions that concerns the African youth. We have another example, Donli Sokoko from Mauritius, that is sort of more dedicated to climate change and ways that we can serve the environment and sustainable living. This is an initiative that helps reuse waste into biodegradable pots to increase in knowledge of environmental. This group of young people, they sort of create something from natural resources, and they have access. They sort of provided access to their product, as well as very knowledgeable and knowledge sharing workshops. Another initiative that I would like to highlight is Ecology and I from Togo. You can learn more about these young people and their initiatives on the Atlas for Development website on the blog section. You can have the details and you can get more inspired. Same thing for STEM, a catalyst for gender equality, where this group of young people try to hold on workshop, a very informative workshop, inspire young women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So now that we've seen sort of, I try to sum up very quickly, we've seen what the AU is doing, we've seen what the youth are doing, and I'm really sure that many of you here today have a lot of initiatives and have a lot to say about this matter and how you are doing things in your own community. So I would love to leave the floor to you to share your experience. Also, if we have I'm sure that we have a few of the African Youth Charter hustlers with us today, so maybe they can share a little bit more about their advocacy effort, and that will be it. Very eager to hear about your initiatives to help your community and to help implementing 2063 agenda. And that will be it for me today. Thank you, and back to you, Hiba.
Thank you so much, Reem. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and for highlighting the major role that we as young people need to be playing for us to have the Africa we want. We want an Africa, but Africa needs us as youth. As Reem said, I'm sure that most, if not all of you here, have experiences to share for how they have made an impact in their own communities. If we can have some volunteers who would raise their hand and share some of their experiences with us, please raise your hand so that we can unmute you, and remember to mention your name and your country. Please be brief and precise because we're running out of time. So yeah. You can also share your experience via chat. It's however you want. I see one hand raised from Said. Said, can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Hi.
Bahla Said from Marrakesh, CEO of Me Bakshar Think Tank. It's NGO think tank in Morocco, based on public policy analysis. Our aim is producing policy brief to influence decision maker and public about public issues that will help decision maker local that providing solution about problems and issues. Also, we're working in collaboration with the international NGOs to implementation of SDG, of Sustainable Development Goals, and to implementation of goals that will help youth participate in public policy. That's my experience as CEO of Mia Impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Said, for sharing with us your experience. I will be giving the floor to Mansouza.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers and to the speakers for sharing your wonderful insights. I've learned so much as a youth leader, and I hope also my fellow youth and young people out there have learned a lot. So my name is Mansouza Kion Kingu, and I'm from Tanzania, and I'm also the country coordinator for Global Youth Parliament Tanzania. Well, about Global Youth Parliament is an international organization headquartered in Nepal, and we are so far in 76 countries all over the world. So it's a network of organization, and we are actually making a great impact in our continent, also spearheading for regional integration, because such a networked organization also prospers for regional integration and networking among the youth in other countries or continents level. So in my experience working for the AU Agenda 2063 or sustainability in our continent and prosperity, I'd really like to applaud the African Union or even the organizations, all the other civil society works they're doing. And I believe there's great effort that is being done, and today's youth are actually more enlightened, more creative, and really likely enthusiasts. So I really encourage more effort should be done. And we are seeing that likely that the coming forth of the African Continental Free Trade Area, it only also even pushes much further to us to continue with the work and to find ways to include youth at such decision-making levels or leadership levels. And because for us to realize, as it has been highlighted in most conversation, for us to realize the Africa Continental Free Trade Area or even the AU Agenda 2063, because it's all part of it. So we need also to increase the activation or youth involvement in such agendas. And youth, how can they be involved? By also reaching to their creative capacities, coming up with innovative ideas for our continent needs that. And I believe the youth of today are actually more say enlightened to take the change and to lead the way to change. So thank you very much. I would also like to welcome you on November. In Tanzania, we'll be celebrating the African Youth Month by hosting a conference on the AFTA together with the AU Agenda 2063. It will be an international conference, and you're all welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you particularly for the invitation. We're always happy and relieved to see that young people are working together and that we're co-building the continent we're looking for. I will be taking one more intervention before we move on to our next session, and I see one hand that's raised. Nur Huda, please, again, let's be brief and so that we can respect as much as we can the schedule.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noor Hudam Hamdi from Morocco, and I have been part of something way smaller, which was the Community Service Club. So we organized some little events. For instance, we celebrated the Women's Day in the ALC. We organized blood donation events. We painted public schools. We installed cat stands in public areas. And so I think that it's not important to always be part of something very big. You can make an impact with just doing small things. And I think the big things are made of smaller actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nur Huda, and I definitely agree. There are no small and big things. As long as we have an impact, that's the most important things. And you said it all. Big things are made of small things. Thank you so much, Nur Huda, for sharing with us your amazing experience. I will be giving exclusively the hand to Umayma Hrish so that she can share with us to her experience. But remember, we will be having breakout room sessions where we're going to hear from all of you. So don't worry, everyone will have the opportunity to share. Umayma, please be very, very brief.
Yes, definitely. My name is Umayma Hrish first. I'm from Morocco, and we worked currently and this year and goal 2 of Agenda 2063. It is well-educated citizen and skills revolution. This this project is basically meant to help youth to improve their language skills by providing them some English, organizing and providing them supporting classes in English, and with coordination, English literature student and French as well department. Like this, those youth have the ability to have access to the language club for free and to develop their languages as well. This is the idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Umayma, for respecting the time and for sharing with us your amazing experience. Thank you to all our participants. Thank you again, Rim, for your amazing presentation. Now I will be announcing our next session. Please stay focused. We will be seeing with Miss Eva, again from the I4 policy. She will help us to understand the policy cycle. What's a policy cycle? What are the main steps we have to follow in a policy cycle? Many and different questions are asked in this particular subject that we're going to be answering with Miss Eva. Miss Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will also invite my colleague Islam to join me. Please allow me to share my screen and we'll be starting.
Sure, definitely.
Bear with me, my computer is quite slow this morning.
Thank you, Eva.
But hopefully all of you can see my screen.
I think just until Eva starts, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Islam Al-Beiti. I am Sudanese, based in Zanzibar, the magical island of Zanzibar. It's really, really such a pleasure to see you all, to be here. It's been incredibly insightful the last couple of hours, to be honest. I'm quite impressed by the amount of young people who are here today. So I'd really love for you guys to give a round of applause for yourself for like being absolutely dedicated to supporting your communities, your countries, and this entire continent as a whole. As for me, I am the community engagement lead in I4 Policy. I work together with my beautiful colleague Eva. And it's just really insightful and inspiring to be here amongst all of you people. I'm not talking like I'm old, I'm actually also considered youth. So I'm just like quite impressed by all of you. So for today's presentation, I'm going to be giving a quick introduction of the Innovation for Policy process. And you're probably thinking, what does co-creating policies even mean? It just simply means that we should all, part of the ecosystem, come together when it comes to, making policy decisions and recommendations. Because in most cases, policies are always top down, i.e. coming from the government into the ecosystems. But what we're trying to do here, and what we have already done through our work and our methodologies and technologies, is that we've enabled people from different countries to be able to come together, have a conversation, deliberate on the mutual benefit of the entire ecosystem. So this is what we're doing at I4Policy, and that's what we mean by co-creating policy. It means that you and I both have a say in the future of the places where we work and we live. Yeah, and this is a beautiful quote from Marcus Lemma, one of our members. So one of the core things about I4Policy, and I'm going to try to keep this really, really short because I know attention spans can just go all over the place during Zoom. But what we try to do is we build alliances, and by alliances, what we mean is we started a movement called the I4Policy movement. I4Policy simply stands for I, which is you, and that you are for policy. And we have about partners in over 45 countries in the continent with 200 plus hubs around the continent. So that's how we actually build this connection throughout the continent. We build a connection through innovation hubs, co-creation spaces, and so on. We come together and we build an alliance. And from there on, we start with the co-creation process. And I think at the moment, we've been working in different countries individually. We have the Senegalese Startup Act. We've done work in Rwanda, in Nigeria. And the third part is how we leverage civic tech. By civic tech, we mean, for example, a way for us to actually consult on different policies. We have developed different online tools that we use to make sure that every single person who is going to be impacted by policies gets to have a say in what these policies, if they're okay, if they're not, if they support them, if they would like to see something change. And that's the part about leveraging civic tech. There will be a lot of room for us to have discussions and conversations. Questions really. So if you guys have any questions, I highly urge you to write them down. And my colleague Eva and I will be more than happy to answer your questions. So we support by building movements, making sure that everyone is connected, and that everyone gets to have a say in policies. Thank you, Eva, so much for going through the slides and not making me stressed about that. So like I said, we have the movement consists of 200 plus hubs from 45 plus countries. I think it's precisely 48 countries in the African continent, which is pretty much the majority. So we're all about grassroots. We're all about, the ecosystem itself coming together and working together for a better, conducive environment for the ecosystems. And then where are we moving to? Is this any interesting for you guys? I think it's really interesting. And just look at this map. This is all of the people that are partners or all of the members of the I4Policy movement. It's a beautifully colorful palette of logos that represents our different members. Here we have the task force. So what is a task force? The task force was pretty much came together in 2019 to be able to support, in pushing the vision and the co-creation values. We have members from pretty much all over the continent, as you can see, and I'm pretty sure some of these people are very familiar to a lot of you if you're from, i.e. any of those countries. Really, really incredible people that I've also had the chance to work with over many, many years. Not many, but 3 to 4 years. So it's been really beautiful. This is a video of me when I was really young. And anyways, you can check it out on YouTube. Maybe you can, just have a look about what we were doing during the Hub Convention that happened in 2018 in Kigali.
Islam,
I think,
you allow me to take 2 minutes so we can share the video? I'm just switching my screen.
Yes, Eva, let's share the video. Please let me know if I'm speaking too fast, and I'll try to reduce my tempo a little bit.
Can you still see my screen and hear some
Yes.
sound? Yes.
Innovative that community innovation hubs are coming together, to speak with a unified voice and to find avenues to impact policy. That in itself is quite impactful because community hubs are essentially the heart and soul of where innovation takes place at a community level.
The whole environment reflects how the hub should be. It's young, it's fresh, it's vibrant, it's music, entertainment, it's culture, it's a networking. So it's a serious, but a serious in a relaxed way at the same time. So you can do a deal, a partnership, but at the same time you are having fun.
I have been to a number of conventions, but we've never had one convention of African hubs in one place. Convening hub managers to come and discuss, especially a very important thing such as policy. In the first ever convention of hubs, like straight going into policy, that feels amazing.
All right, so as you guys know, we are here for the first ever African Innovation Hub Convention. So you guys are here making history tonight.
It is boiling of creativity, it's boiling of diversity, it's boiling of amazing people. And I can't believe I'm here now today.
In the room here, you've got development partners that typically wouldn't necessarily work together, whether it's bilateral cooperation from Germany, multilateral organization like the OIF, the Francophonie, or the UN. You've got civil society, you've got private sector, really coming together saying, well, in terms of development of policies, there's an angle to do something innovative, non-traditional.
L'idée était de ne pas réunir que des incubateurs ou que des pépinières, mais vraiment de prendre en charge le maximum d'acteurs, et vraiment tous les réunir autour d'une table et voir quelles étaient leurs problématiques et comment on peut essayer de les répondre tous ensemble.
It's really rejuvenating. I've never been to an event like this. You could just feel it. Like, you feel like, oh my God, these are people that are trying to do good. Like, the people that want to influence the continent.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just pulling back the presentation.
Thank you, Eva.
And bear with me because my computer is still low. Taking its time to connect. Wonderful.
And so to continue from where we left off, so when we say we're co-creating policies, we're trying to support policy co-creation, both at national, regional, and global levels. And if you read about it, you'll find many different cases of different countries where this has been quite successful in bringing together people and in making sure that their voices are a core part in the formulation of these policies. So like I mentioned earlier, we've had a huge success story with the Senegal Startup Act. We've got the Mali Startup Act, the Botswana Entrepreneurship Policy, the Nigeria ICT Innovation Entrepreneurship Vision. We've worked in Rwanda, and we have some really incredible new, hopefully success stories coming up. So you guys will also be able to read about it and see, and maybe if you're interested and you want to start a process in your own country, then maybe we should talk. We should talk together. Then we can see how we can also take part in making sure that this methodology and this way of co-creation is becoming the norm in the continent. It's becoming the norm among young people, where we know that we have to be part in the decision-making process, no matter when, how, but it absolutely necessary that youth are part of the decision-making process. And so onwards, we have, let me just pull up the slide. Eva, is your computer stuck again?
Can you still see my screen?
Yes, it's on the Leverage Civic Tech.
Yes.
Apologies, guys, for this inconvenience.
Perfect. I think then let's directly get into the innovation for policy process. Can you just confirm you still see my screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. So as Islam was saying, it was really time to see how we could bring in a new framework and new ways of doing things. And looking at our community, of course, most of them were coming from the innovation and the entrepreneurship ecosystem and using different tools such as design thinking, for instance, to understand what is the process in developing a solution, but also being able to have iterative process that leading to better solution once those solutions have been prototyped and tested with the audience that they are dedicated to. And the idea was to take this design thinking approach and to be able to embed it into the policy cycle. And we came up with this methodology, which is the innovation for policy process. It is an iterative framework for policy reforms that will optimize public policy by elevating the knowledge and preference of policy users, analysts, and policymakers. To say it in another way, entrepreneurs are the ones that are experts into entrepreneurship. So let's hear from the entrepreneurs and being able to hear what are the challenges, but what are the solutions in terms of a policy that they will see. When it comes to youth policy, it's really the same approach. Young people know what are the challenges that affects them. So really including young people themselves into deliberation, into expert review, and into inclusive participation. So policy developed through this process are of course more relevant. They are legitimate because people are part of the reform process. They are more effective because they answer to real challenges and they generate knowledge in the process of design and delivery, because people are getting together, they know better what they are doing together, and they know also how to have common ground that will lead to common objective and to common action. I will now spend quite some time to walk you through the innovation for policy process. So the innovation for policy process have three main phases. The first is the agenda setting, which is really the phase where we bring the public together, we understand its concern, we build common interests, and also being able to identify which are the specific problem statements, define them, and see how do we have a user-centered agenda to address them. The second phases is the drafting phases, which is about potential solution to be explored and to be also translated into concrete proposal and policy instruments. So those policy instruments could be laws, it could be strategy, it could be policy, it could be vision, just referring to the different examples that Islam was sharing with you previously. And the draft policy proposal are then reviewed by experts, and they are going through an iterative process of feedback to make sure that everybody's voice is heard, but also to make sure that this drafting is taking into account all the preoccupation and challenges of the people that the policy is drafted for. And the second phase, which is implementation, is where the policy are adopted through an appropriate rule-making processes, and we also embed evaluation to be sure that we came up with a process that is iterative to get improved. Let's look at the action that are taking place in each of these phases. The agenda setting is really about how do you empathize within people that are affected with the same problem. So during the empathize phase, which is really one of the crucial and important phase, is to really understand what are the constraints that the people are meeting, also what influence them into change, and what are the potential pathway to reform that they would like to see. After the empathize, we get into unifying, unite. So it's really about building this unifying big picture with a common interest from the people that are affected. And it's really also important because when you're looking at something as important as public policy, the only way to be able to go forward is to make sure that people stay together and share the same vision and be able within this vision to really amplify different voice and also make more sense into advocacy to the stakeholder or to the government. So we have a couple of activities that we will do during this unit phase. It's also very interesting to mention that it's during this action that we will bring together the community as well as identifying who are the potential government champion to join the private sector and to be co-creating together during the agenda setting. Following the Unite Faith, we get into defining. Defining is how do we articulate clear and concise description of the challenge that people are meeting, and also to be able to identify what are the impact of those challenges and what are the conditions to be addressed. The last part of the agenda setting in terms of action is prioritizing. So really, when we have the different problems that have been shared from the audience, to be able to prioritize together those problems and to see, based on their impact, what are the most urgent topic to be addressed and to be set into the agenda. So the agenda setting is really about bringing people together, convening public stakeholder, convening all people from the private sector. In our experience, we have been working a lot with entrepreneurs. We will making sure to convey, for instance, entrepreneurs that were at different level of development, some that were at ideation phase, some that were into development, some that was already into growth phase. We will make sure to bring in students because they are the future entrepreneurs, as well as understanding more biggest companies, corporates, which role they could play into supporting policy reforms with the entrepreneurs. So this is really critical in just having this common ground and looking at the process that convening everybody, where everybody can have a key role in addressing issues and in prioritizing what need to be a target into the agenda. In terms of action for the drafting phases, we have also four main action. The first is ideate, so brainstorm potential solution to address the prioritized policy agenda. So the different potential solution will come from the people that the policy is done for, so people that are affected by the policy. Once again, if we're talking about youth policy, the brainstorm potential solution will be coming from the young people themselves. After having all of these solutions that are proposed, it's about designing them. How do we iteratively transform those ideas into concrete policy proposition? And this is done through co-creation. So we'll have a couple of co-creation workshops that will bring the ecosystem together, that will bring the private sector together with the public sector. These also allow to be able to do some design with experts. When we're talking about financing mechanisms, for instance, be able to exchange with finance experts, be able to exchange with investors, being able to exchange with entrepreneurs that are looking for fundraising, to really understand the different pathway and build them into one pathway, looking at the reform and the draft law. Following, it's the review. So how do we do the technical analysis, understand what are the legal, financial, economic, and social impact that the policy will bring to its targets, and to be able also to really deep dive into how do we operationalize those ideas, what it will look like in terms of instruments, what are the stakeholders that need to be involved during this review to make sure that we can achieve the reforms and put in place really those ideas that have been transformed into a policy proposition. The last action of this stage, it's really critical. It's a part that we amplifying a lot and which is really important for us at IFO Policy. It's the consultation. And why? Because consultation is the way to make sure that our processes are inclusive and our processes are deliberative. So here we will host open and discursive platform to collect and organize policy users' feedback. This could be done in different way, but the idea is really about how do we create space and opportunity for people to learn, for people to engage, and for people to give their feedback. There, let's look at the action on the last phases, on the implementation. We have 3 actions here: adopt, which is about propose and enact the reviewed and consulted policy framework. The second is deliver. How do we operationalize the policy framework? And evaluate. How do we track the policy implementation transparently against its intended outcomes? And something that is really interesting, looking at the whole process, is that you see how important it is to keep it iterative and to really understand that even if we're moving forward into the process and realizing that we need to be prioritizing again, then we come back to the first phases. If at the consultation phase, we feel like there is maybe some topics that have not been addressed into the law, then and which are coming from the audience, then that means that we need to come back to the design phases. And when we look at the implementation phase, the evaluation is really critical to show that even if the law is adopted and delivered, if there is some areas of improvement for the law to be more efficient, it is important to come back to the delivering and to see how we can operationalize it in a better way. I will now focus on the intervention, which you have on the here below on the slides. For the first phase, which is the agenda setting, we have been developing different intervention for people to get together, to empathize, unite, define, and prioritize. These different interventions are, for instance, the journey mapping, which is a 3 hours workshop that we have been delivering lately online, which really giving people the opportunity to co-create norms on how they will be collaborating together to run the processes, to also be able to do the ecosystem mapping, which means to map the different stakeholders from the civil society, from the private sector, as well as from the public sector that they need to involve into the process, but also some public policy personae to really help people to identify who is the right champion that will really help us to go further into the process, but also be able to really push this process to implementation. Because as Islam was saying, this is a bottom-up approach. This is all about how people affected and by the policy, how users of the public policy can really be the one through a bottom-up approach to influence efficient policy to happen. But to get to a law that is delivered, to get to a law that is adopted and voted, that means that we need to have the buy-in of the government. So it's really important through the journey mapping to be able to identify those public stakeholders, to bring in together with the audience, and to be able to create this safe space where we can exchange about the mandate of the government, as well as the challenges that the users of those policy are meeting. Another intervention that I want to focus on is the policy hackathon. Why? Because the policy hackathons offer a framework where, as you see, we can cover from the unit action to the design action. So it's a combination of the agenda setting and the drafting phases, where we have the chance to really bring the ecosystem together, to unify their voices. We are able to really do a challenge mapping and identifying what are the key challenges that the audience, that the user are facing, and be able also through some role play to challenge the public stakeholder to understand more those challenges and empathize with the audience, and to also do the design of the solution through a bar camp where entrepreneurs, where young people can express their idea, can deep dive into this idea to transform them into public policy. Another intervention that I want to focus on is the chatbot that you're seeing into the consultation. So we have two major ways of doing consultation. The first could be through a platform. As you will see, actually, different countries such as Burkina Faso, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda have been undertaking a consultation on their Startup Act reform processes. So what we have been doing is to develop an online platform that is proposing the law for review to anybody, and everybody has the chance to log in and to provide feedback that will be taken in account in the finalization of the law. This also could be done through some chatbot on social media. Through the process in Senegal, we have built a chatbot, and it was really interesting because people are on social media, young people are on social media. So it's all about where do we go and meet them to really build interest on public co-creation and give them opportunity on Facebook, on Telegram, on Twitter to be able to share their feedback. Another interesting intervention is the town hall that we have been doing in Mali, for instance. And the town hall was about bringing 1,000 young people and invite the government to really express what was their vision about the Startup Act law, and hear also all the concerns of those young people, hear about their fears, hear also all the expectation that they have towards the government, and create the space through the town hall where they could exchange with the government. We had the chance to do that as well here in Senegal with near 500 entrepreneurs, together with the president of Senegal, His Excellency Macky Sall. And it was really interesting to see how these have been a platform for advocacy for the president and his team to understand more about which role the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem could do into developing the local economic framework. And I will finish with sharing another example of intervention, which is the co-creation committee that we have been putting in place in a couple of countries, which is about creating a committee which is not only of government representative. Usually and traditionally, when it came to public policy making, those committees really bring together different stakeholders from different governments, ministries, agencies. Here, it's about having a co-creation committee that will bring together the private sector and the public sector. So how do we have entrepreneurs into this co-creation committee that have the same strong statement as the government to be expressing what they would like to see into the law, as well as having also young people when it comes to youth policy through those co-creation committee. Let me move to the next slide. Oops, my computer perfectly. So let me move to the next slide to show you that in the best world possible, we have this hypothetical process, which means that we go in from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 until we get to the evaluation of the law. And what we have realized is this is what it looks like maybe more in reality. And it looks like this because it needs to be inclusive. And as I was saying earlier, if we realize that there is a target group that have not been consulted, if we realize that there is an area in terms of topics that have not been covered, it's important to create space to come back, to redesign, and to be able to consult again when is necessary. So I will stop here and welcome any of your questions. Let's maybe look at the last slides in terms of where these methodology have been implemented, and look at some number. It is more than 5,000 citizens that have been engaged into reform policy process using this methodology, the Innovation for Policy process, and participating through the consultation. It's more than 200 co-creation activities that have been conducted on those different countries highlighted on the map that you have on the slides. Is 500 facilitators that we have been trained on this methodology for them to engage dialogue with their government and with their communities. It's more than 200 communities involved, and this is now taken in more than 15 countries, knowing that near to 19 countries on the continent are already looking at having Startup Act reform, which has, you know, covered entrepreneurship policy, innovation and entrepreneurship legislation, and which are a core trend on the continent. And thank you. I guess I will start here for the moment, and maybe after taking a few questions, we can came back to a few recommendations.
Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you, Ms. Eva, and thank you, Ms. Islam, also. It was, again, a very interesting presentation. We will be taking some questions before the break. So, dear participants, again, let me remind you that you can either ask your questions via chat or raise your hand so that we can give you the mic and you can ask your questions orally. Also, please don't forget to mention your name and your country before. So I see some hands here that are raised. I will be giving the hand to Umayma Alam, because we have two Umaymas. And after Umayma, I'll be giving to Gloria, because she hasn't spoken yet.
Please, Umayma, do you want to?
Hello, everyone. My name is Umayma. I'm from Morocco. Sorry. I want to thank our speaker for this beautiful presentation. But beside the presentation, I have a question. How we can make the youth to get involved in making decision and to let their voice heard in governments? Are there any African Youth Council that we are not aware about? Or are there any thoughts of making one that will represent the youth and the youth's voice? Thank you very much.
Iba, should we take all the questions? Should we go on question by question?
Sure, we can take all of the questions. Maybe there are some questions that are linked to each other. So, Gloria, if you want to take the lead and ask your question.
Yeah, my question is just related to the last slide where you showed the map of countries that have been able to utilize these methods and platforms. And I'm quite interested in Zambia and other countries that are showing that there's nothing much that has been done. What are the plans to equip, especially maybe training facilitators or these other, like, is it called hatchet methods? How can you ensure that also these countries are utilizing some of these platforms to ensure that there's collective views that are being derived from the citizenry. Yeah, thank you.
And Gloria, where are you from, please?
I'm from Zambia. Please.
Nice to meet you. Umayma, and then Iman.
Hi. Hi. Well, thank you so much. First, I would like to thank you so much, Madam Eva and Islam, for the beautiful presentation. And my question is that, like, many youth want a prosperous Africa. However, not all of them are interested in engaging into politics. They might state that they are far away from politics, far away from this field, and that though they speak, their voices will not be heard. So my question is, how do you inspire those youth to get involved and expressing themselves and to being a policymaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Umayma. Iman, you can go on with your question. So before Iman could get to unmute herself, and so that we can keep going, Miss Eva, if you want to start answering the questions, please.
With pleasure. Thank you, Iba, and Iman, feel free to unmute yourself, and Kings. And I think that there were very connected question, and maybe I'll start with something that we believe or at IFO Policy. It's like the future is co-created, and this is our vision. And this means that alone, I can, of course, succeed, but I can really succeed and impact people if we are together. So it's how do youth-led organizations learn to get together, firstly, and then how through the power of the collective action, they can be able to involve maybe at continental, then regional, then national level. When we look at how we have been fostering our work at IFO Policy, it has all started with a work at continental level, just to understand how could we create these common roots at continental level without looking at our differences in terms of culture, in terms of initiative, in terms of capacity building program. We were all involved with community, and that was the main common point that we have. And we have started with working on the African Innovation Manifesto at continental level to understand what were the different policies that were needed at the level of the continent before getting to see and to focus on national level policy. So I would really influence maybe even for the youth-led organization to be able to have the same approach by building on the youth charter of the African Union 2063 agenda to create this common ground, and then really focusing on a second time on what is the key priorities that they are meeting in their country or related to their common, to their specific community. And in terms also of the second question that was asked from Gloria, to look at some of the countries where we have not undertaken these processes. Last year, for example, what we've done is we conducted 20 national trainings. So those national trainings were interesting because they were creating a platform where different countries could meet. But at the same time, we will have breakout rooms where communities for the same countries will just get to meet each other, have the chance to discuss about potential policy reforms, but also being able to define what are the first steps that they would undertake in terms of a potential policy reforms. And we have done that in different countries. One of those sessions was bringing together people from the West Africa region. And within that group, we had one community that was getting together that was from Senegal. And one of the participants was a young people like you, like all of you, that had an amazing initiative in Senegal. He was doing capacity building through an academy that was called Ubuntu. And he was trained to this methodology. And after this methodology, he has decided to launch the youth debate in Senegal. So he engaged with the Ministry of Youth. It engaged with the different youth agency here in Senegal. And he has been able, after the training on this methodology, to really bring young people from different initiatives, from different backgrounds, from all over the country, to really exchange and unify their voice on building this common ground. Today has been 1 year, then the youth debate has been launched and run in Senegal. And I believe we will have the chance through this week to bring him, for him to share his experience and to also explain how he has been mobilizing the youth community, how he has been engaging with the government, and today what are the different stakeholders that are part of his processes. And his processes have been even enlarged to build on a policy paper, but also to be able to organize, for example, youth awards, just to celebrate once a year a strong initiative that have been undertaken by the youth. And of course, we are really looking at how can we empower people, and all our methodology, all our tools are open source for all of you to have access to it and to be able to engage with your community using this methodology. So there is some countries where those approach haven't been started, but if you are from Zambia, if you are from any other country, as Islam was saying, we'll be more than happy to really exchange with you and to see how this methodology can serve as a conductor, as an instrument to convey your community and to bring them together. And I will finish with maybe one point, which is really a strength that we're seeing at I4Policy within our movement, but also a strength that we're seeing in all the processes of policy reform is collaboration. It's really, and I mentioned it a little bit when I was starting, just to emphasize that again, it's really important if you're looking at engaging into public policy to understand that you're not doing it for yourself, but you're doing it for community that you serve. And to have meaningful policy, it means to bring those different communities together, to bring the different initiatives together, and to create this space where initiatives are collaborating and are collaborating to be more strong and to have a more bigger impact. Islam, I don't know if you want to add maybe anything.
Thank you so much, Eva, for such a beautiful and very comprehensive explanation. I just wanted to add on to a point that was asked about how do we make sure that youth are engaged in this, because I think Umaima had asked this question, saying that, you know, a lot of young people might not be interested in, you know, in being political, but this is not politics whatsoever. This is really like every single person taking some time and to also just input. You know, like, for example, like very simple example could be, we live in a neighborhood and we want to build something in the neighborhood. And so the neighborhood county says, okay, let's initiate an I4Policy process and let's see if everyone, you know, is okay with building this building, right? I know it's like not totally related, but I think it might be a simpler way to understand how it might work. And so we start having a conversation. Maybe, you know, someone in one of the apartments can say, I don't want to be part of this, but this decision affects that person who lives in that building, right? So you just have to make sure that people are aware of the like importance of their voice when it comes to policy making, and that they have and they must be able to participate in the decision-making process simply by just saying or being part of the conversation. So I think the best way to ensure that people are involved is just to make it very simple for them to be involved, to explain very simply in very clear terminology and not to complicate it with political words or with, you know, scientific things that make people feel like it's not theirs. So people have to feel like this affects them and that it's part of, you know, their own development. And so, yeah, we have to make sure people feel like they own this work. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Islam. This is really, really, really important. We couldn't talk about inclusivity if we're not talking about accessibility, right? So it's really important to make sure that everything is accessible, is understandable for people to be able to really own it and to express themselves. Iba, should we take maybe one more question?
Yes.
I don't know if Iman.
Actually, we'll be taking one question from the chat. Thank you so much for the answers, Ms. Eva and Ms. Islam. I will be adding one more question and one more comment. We have a comment from Nur Huda who says, I think youth are not experimented enough in order to take the lead. Sure, their voices are to be heard as they represent the majority in the African continent. Yet, I think that when it comes to decision making, the older generation are to take the lead. That's the comment. For the question, it's from Vanessa Metu from the Republic of Congo. She says, my question is how we can integrate the citizen participation approach to law and policy making through the education system. I think that the best way to get young people interested in these issues is to integrate them. As long as we do not feel concerned, we will not be able to ensure that these policies are respected.
Thank you so much, Iba. I see also a lot of beautiful contribution in the chat. Firstly, thank you so much for your interest. One of this is really the starting point with this technical week. We will be able really to engage and to connect also with the different ecosystem that are innovation ecosystem that are already into the reform processes and to connect them with the youth-led organization. So we're really looking at connecting you from, I see some comments from Cameroon as well as from Zambia. We will be more than happy to connect. I also wanted to come back to one comment that was put in the chat, just to amplify, because I think this is also very important to really see how do young people are taking place into the coordinating bodies. I think that this is really critical. Some example was put in the chat, such as ECOWAS Youth Council, COMESA, SADC Youth Council. I think that this is best practices. It's really important also to see how do we create platform for those best practices to be able for people to learn about it and to take them in account within their organization as well as within their initiative at national or regional level. I will take a last question, comment from David, which is saying, what are the practical problems in its implementation and are the African countries capable of overcoming them? This is a hard question. I personally believe African countries are capable, definitely, of doing really more, of reinventing ourselves. And if we just look at the COVID-19 crisis, it was amazing to see how African countries have been able to react quickly, but also how African themselves are a part of the solution when it came to implementing a new solution and even new public policy. So my answer to that question will be yes. In terms of practicality, what we have been testing, exploring, iterating, it's really co-creation. So it's not about saying we have the answer because we're coming from the civil society or because we're coming from the private sector to the government representative or to the governmental institution, but really to being able to sit with them and to address different pathways, to see where the government can play a role, as well as where the civil society or the private sector can be supporting. So the practicality came from the ability to really bring the public and the private sector together first, but also to more focus on the process than on the results. Because, and this is for us something that is even embedded into our core value, we focus on the means, not on the ends. So seeing, for instance, an ecosystem, an innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem getting together to tackle a Startup Act policy is amazing. But seeing a result has those this ecosystem and the different stakeholders deciding to create an NGO, which all of them are co-founders, to do programs, capacity building programs, support programs at scales together in the most structured way, it's a result that are the same strengths that a law itself. So any results that will came from the process is a positive, but we will not focus on making sure that the law is attained. We will make focus that every people that are taking part into this process can express themselves and can bring in some ideas in terms of solution. And I think it also create a different approach to policy making, because it's not about having a law, implementing a law and saying how this law is affecting people, but it's really about convening those people, convening the users, and be able to see which magic could be bring, but the simple fact that they are learning how to be together, to collaborate together, and to envision together. Islam, I will pass it to you in case you want to add anything before we move to the recommendation part.
Thank you, Eva. I think you've covered it all. It's very beautiful to see a lot of engagement from the people in the chat. And also, I think Grace is making some really valuable points, really important points. So I think I urge you guys to look at the chat and just read through that conversation. But yeah, overall, thank you so much for paying attention and for listening and for also hosting us. And if you guys want to get in touch, we can put our emails down in the chat, and please do send an email to our community email. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Eva. Thank you, Miss Islam. Thank you to all the participants who are being responsive and reactive with our speakers. I understand that we've been launching sessions, very, very interesting sessions this morning. And I think that we all deserve a 10 minutes break. So now it's 12:48. Let's say it's 12:50 p.m. Moroccan time, which is GMT +1. Please make sure to refresh yourself, bring your snacks, bring your water, bring a cup of tea or coffee or whatever you want to have beside you. And remember to be back on time, please. Let's all be here at 1 p.m. Moroccan time, which is GMT +1. Thank you so much for your attention. See you soon.
proud of Hatem and the entire team. In Africa, I think we are blessed because we have this creativity, because we are used to a lot of obstacles. So youth are creative because they know how to go around the obstacles, but we have to give them more knowledge about science to transform this creativity into innovation. Thank you to Access for Development to organize this event. To say that it has been really inspiring to hear the summary and takeaways of the different sections of this edition. You made my day. As young people, as young leaders, it is less important to see ourselves in positions, but rather to envision the kind of change and transformation we want to bring about. So not focusing so much on who we want to become, but rather the kind of influence we want to drive.
It's also up to us as the older generation to step aside. We have to learn because we prepare ourselves so much to enter, but we don't prepare our much to exit. And that is a big challenge on the continent, that we need to know when it is time to move on and leave it for the young people to step in.
I believe it's to give you the space to learn implementable skills, to express your ideas, so that you can effectively participate in creating positive change in our communities and pass on your abilities to other young people.
I think there are three areas where there's room for improvement, and we need you, the young people of the continent, to take that forward. I think this year, the 25 years of Beijing is called Generation Equality, because it's also the opportunity for us to pass the baton to the young people to take this forward. For me, I will summarize it in the 3 R's, and the 3 R's are rights, representation, and resources.
Our Africa family, it's here. We don't need to go to Europe to find ourselves. The academy offered that to us. Of course, with COVID, you couldn't go on Erasmus, but just that realization that there are like-minded people who feel just as passionate as you about a united Africa. Africa has so many possibilities, our richness, and not only natural resources, but human capital, and we can make it work.
It is indeed a journey that I would say it has made a difference in my life, and I would look forward to even more engagements for young people.
This experience, as other people and participants have said, it was really eye-opening, and it also, reminded us of our purpose.
It has been a short journey in the 2063 Academy 2nd edition, yet very transformative and eye-opening journey.
As young Africans, we have the responsibility to just build the future.
Excellencies, friends, fellow young people, it is a pleasure to join all of you today for the second edition of the 2063 Academy to discuss how we can all work together to build a prosperous and united Africa based on shared values and a common vision for our future. Thank you to Atlas for Development for organizing this very important event. COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on all 17 Sustainable Development Goals has shown what began as a health crisis has quickly become a human and socio-economic crisis, threatening to undo decades of important sustainable development progress. We know that young people are particularly vulnerable in times of crisis, and it is becoming increasingly clear that the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic will continue to affect young people for years and years to come. This is particularly evident across Africa, where COVID-19 has further exposed and exacerbated pre-existing and challenging inequalities of exclusion, reaffirming the importance of far-sighted and holistic leadership to achieve Africa's goals and prevent future catastrophes. Yet, despite being disproportionately affected, young people around the world and in Africa are coming together to respond to this crisis by demonstrating resilience, resourcefulness, and leadership. Young people across Africa, including young women and girls, young persons with disabilities, young LGBTIQ people, young refugees, indigenous youth, continue to be at the forefront of challenging the status quo. I am inspired every day by your unwavering passion and fearless optimism that a better world is possible. 2020 marks the 10-year countdown to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. This year is crucial as we look to kickstart an ambitious decade of action to deliver the goals by 2030, paving the way to successfully deliver on Africa's Agenda 2063. Although progress is being made in many such places, overall action to deliver on these agendas are not yet advancing at the speed or the scale required. Clearly, we still have a lot to do. It's during times like this that we are challenged constantly to come up with extraordinary solutions by ordinary people and innovate approaches to overcome the uncertainties facing our world. Thankfully, young people everywhere, including those of you across Africa, have the will, the creativity and activism to help create more inclusive institutions and sustainable, just, equitable societies. Perhaps more than any other generation in history, you recognize the importance of working together to solve the world's largest challenges, to develop solutions that are both addressing the existing and newly emerging threats to people and the planet, and to ensure the meaningful inclusion of young people in decision-making platforms. As the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, a core part of my mandate is to ensure that the United Nations continues creating opportunities for all young people in their diversity to participate in creating a better world for all. But ensuring a more sustainable world is a joint responsibility. In this spirit, I call on all stakeholders, particularly governments, politicians, civil society, private sector, academia, and everyone to support and invest in young people across the African continent by boosting youth creativity, supporting youth-led activism, financing youth enterprises, and making space for young people at the actual decision-making tables. The clock is ticking. As we look to deliver on the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2063, the role of young people in holding decision-making positions and international institutions accountable is more relevant than ever. Thank you once again, and I wish you a productive event.
Hello, everyone. It's 1 p.m. Moroccan timing, which is GMT +1. I can see that some of you are already here. I hope that everyone gets back on time. Happy to see you all again. I hope you've had time to drink some water, bring some snacks, We still have a very, very interesting session after the break, and we need you to be all focused. So before and while waiting for the other participants to come in, I would love to have some of you telling us what's something that really was very interesting to them. What's the thing that they caught the most, and can someone remind us what we've seen right before the break? You can either write on chat again or raise your hand so that we can unmute you. Feel free. Let's see if you were all focused before. No volunteers? No one wants to share what caught their attention the most, or what's the most thing that, or something new that they've learned with us today? Okay, so we're gonna keep going from where we, yes, Nur Huda. Go ahead.
Okay, so during the first session, we talked about the agenda of 2063 in general. We saw an overview of the agenda, and then we saw some examples of youth's contribution, and we saw the role of youth in the agenda, in the execution of the agenda. And then we talked about policy. We talked about the policy cycle and the steps that we could do to implement a policy.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Nur Huda, for being focused and for sharing with us a brief thing that we saw this morning. I know that seeing many concepts at once, especially if you're new to this, could be challenging. So, and to make you assimilate and to help you assimilate even better what we've seen, what's better than a case study? We will continue with the amazing Eva from I4Policy, who is going to show us in a concrete way what we have seen in the previous session in the Democratic Republic of Congo as a case study. Miss Eva?
Thank
you.
You
want to take the lead?
Hi back, everyone. I hope that you had a great break to really keep together, engaging. Thank you for the different message. I receive a lot of message through the chat, and really encourage you to keep sharing your ideas, questions, and feedback in there. So I will share my screen again so we can have a look all together at the process overview in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the DRC, where we have been engaging for more than a year with the community. I see also that my friend Grace Oluchi is here on the chat and has been really engaging a lot in that process. So Grace, I will invite you during this presentation, of course, to share your feedback and thinking while I go through. So let me share my screen again. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can now.
Wonderful. So I will start with sharing this a quote from the Honorable Mabunda from the National Assembly, whom were saying that the Startup Act is a new legal framework dedicated to startups to enable them in particular to benefit from tax provisions, administrative facilitation, support, custom advantages, access to credit, access to public market, and all other information. Just to say that, of course, there is different question that could be targeted into a public policy reform processes, but it's important to understand which are the critical areas in terms of intervention where the people that are target from this policy want to see change happening. So we will look at the process that we have been conducting in DRC to look at the agenda setting phases. How have we conveying the ecosystem? How are we also conveying the government itself to get into the drafting phases? We will pursue with the consultation and then also understand what are the different steps that have led to a national validation of the law before different legal review in terms of implementation. So as a quick reminder for maybe those that was not with us on the previous session, here is the innovation for policy process that we have been presenting, which is really a process that enables the identification of appropriate policy design principle practices to help in a simple way and communicate in a simple way the overall policy making process to facilitate collaboration among the users, so among the people that are affected by the policy, but also together with the experts and the policymakers. So let's look at the first phase, which were the agenda setting. And the agenda setting was really about building the local coalition, engaging with government champions. And to do so, we have been organizing a pre-ACT session, which is an act before the policy hackathon, bringing entrepreneurs from different areas of the countries, bringing some public stakeholders to be able to really align on the vision that they were having of the ecosystem, to be aligned also on the momentum that really existed in DRC to be undertaken such a policy processes. And the first step, as I was saying, was really about bringing those different stakeholders, but also understanding what were the needs and the perspective and building a common baseline in terms of reform pathway. So empathizing with the different entrepreneurs. It was really interesting to see, for instance, that during this journey mapping, a lot of them didn't know that such hubs was in place in Kinshasa, others was in place in Lubumbashi, others was in place in Kivu. Understand also which regard the government was putting and the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, and just understand how we will all together come and define a strategic plan that will get us to the framing of this law. So on November 15 in 2019, we have this pre-ACT session that was really a way to have the first national session to bring in those ecosystem players, as I was saying, but also to know that the outcome of those exchange was really how this new framework was allow a better understanding of the startup ecosystem for this startup to be able to grow, and also to see which role development partner and corporates will play in working together with the public and the private sector. So some key highlights that I've been discussing was, for instance, what is the criteria when it comes to a startup? What does a startup means? What are the legal status of non-existing startups? We discussed a lot about taxation. We discussed a lot about collaboration between large group and startups. We discussed about soft skills. How do entrepreneurs be more confident in their local market, in understanding also the solution that they're bringing, and other key question about public procurement, intellectual property, or formalization of company. The policy hackathon happened after. It was really amazing because we have conducted the policy hackathon in Kinshasa. The pre-accession has been held in Lubumbashi. So it was interesting to go in another region of the country, bringing other stakeholders. And during this policy hackathon, the participants have identified key challenge that they were facing, and they have co-create potential policy and regulatory solution. So during this event, we have different participants. It was a mix of students, professionals, we had some business leaders, and we have been working on plenary session where everybody was together, as well as on a small group where during those breakouts, we have been able to deep dive into a key question. Following that, we organized a stakeholders roundtable. So it was 3 specific pillars that we wanted to address with the government. The first one was the regulatory environment and infrastructure for digital businesses. So to understand what is the status of a startups, what the startups, that status will mean in the law, and how do we operationalize spaces dedicated only to digital business, to digital solution, and to innovative startups. The second one was related to startup funding. So how can we establish incentive for startup to have access to funding mechanism, to be able to incentive business angels to invest into their startups, and to also understand the different problems and challenges that those digital companies was facing when they were getting into the market, and how do they get the opportunity to raise funds to scale their businesses. And the third area was related to capacity building, so training and acquisition of digital skills to ensure participation is effective and that all ecosystem actors have a role to play in everybody to get access to an higher education and to have access also to digital literacy. The phase following was the Unite phase. So sharing what happens here, we organize an institutional meeting. So we have been contacting the ICT advisor of the president and his cabinet, together with the Digital Economy Ministry and the Ministry of Post Telecommunication and Information Technology. And during this meeting, we present the methodology, we present our purpose and the expectation that the ecosystem have shared during the hackathon and the pre-accession. And we have been able to share that with them, but also to understand and hear what was their plan from the government, what was the mandate that they were working on at the moment, but also understand where was the space for co-creation together with the private sector. And it was interesting to see that during this process of unifying the vision, unifying the common ground for the different stakeholders that will take place, we have made sure to also unify the local coalition, bringing together local facilitator from around the country, from Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and Bukavu. And we conducted a training of trainer with them. So the training of trainer was held in Kinshasa in Kinshasa Digital, and it was really amazing to see more than 7 hubs taking part in it. So we have Kinshasa Digital, we have the Sinolu, which our friend Grass was part of, the RAL Generation Hub, BBDG, Avocat.cd, OPEC, Ingenious City, and really creating this local coalition of strong enablers from the local ecosystem to be the one to facilitate the session with their community, but also to be the one to lead that process with their government. Here is a beautiful picture of these facilitators, and it was really important because, as I said during the previous session, we seeking as sharing the methodology, as bringing capacity building for young enablers around the continent. But it's important to create also a safe space where the community can express themselves, and community are more able to express themselves when they are exchanging with their peers. So whether in the DRC, but whether in all the other countries where we have been able to run those processes, the local coalition are critical to really foster the process, to facilitate the process, and to be the one to own the conversation with the government and within their community. So I will pass very quickly on this slide. This is an overview of the local facilitator that was involved. As you see, he was a facilitator that was coming from the ecosystem itself, whether there was digital software development agency, whether there was innovation hub supporting social and economic empowerment, whether there was a startup accelerator, a digital training program that was focusing on young people and young women, whether there was a lawyers hub that brings a juridical and legal support in the framing of the law, but also working with other facilitators, such as the Office for Promotion of SMEs in the DRC, which is providing business incubation process and training, and which is related to the SMEs ministry. And the last facilitator here is Ingenious City, which is a tech incubator based in the DRC. Let's look now at the second phase of the process, which is the drafting, which have led to 24 hours of co-creation, inviting 60 entrepreneurs that was coming from different backgrounds, that was creating different solutions. So they were coming from different sectors in terms of a solution that they were creating. But it was also important to be able to welcome here students and to see how the law and the framing, the drafting of this law could create opportunity to formalize businesses as well as to soft skills capacity building. Following these drafting phases, we have made sure to involve and to keep involved the different government champions. Just for you to see a little bit in terms of overview where the stakeholders were coming from. So we have somebody that was coming from the Ministry of Post and Information Technology. We have another one that was coming from the Office of the President of the Republic. We had another one that was working to lead the digital advisor team. And we have also the Chief of Informatics Division of the government of DRC. Why it is important for me to show you this? Because when we're talking about government champion, we also talking about being able to identify public stakeholder that understand what you're talking about, firstly. And secondly, it's about identifying public stakeholder that will be able to engage and involve other public stakeholder. So they are literally some evangelism toward the governments that will facilitate to have the buy-in of the different public stakeholders, to have the buy-in of the different ministries, to have the buy-in of the different public agencies, knowing that when we're talking about such a process that is related to startup ecosystem and to innovation companies development, it's important to keep in mind that this will relate to the Ministry of Finance, this will relate to the Ministry of Digital Economy, this will relate to the Ministry of Work. It will be related to the taxation office, to the custom office, to the higher education ministry. So it's different stakeholders that need to be involved, and that's why the identification of these government champions to be involved on the agenda setting phase is critical, and is really important to have this part of the process from the beginning. Let's look at what happened during the policy hackathon, which have helped us to cover the define and prioritize phases. So the policy hackathon brings in those 60 entrepreneurs, as I was saying, making sure that those 60 entrepreneurs was also representative of the ecosystem in the DRC. The approach was interactive, it was participatory, it was really dynamic, and we create space for entrepreneurs to really express all the challenges that they were facing, but also to be able to clearly express potential solution that they were saying. So this was divided into two phases. The first is the challenge mapping during ideation, startup, and growth phases. And the second one was the Barcamp, which were seeking to design a potential solution in terms of policy recommendation. I wanted, oops, I see that's my screen is jumping, sorry, let me come back. I wanted to emphasize here the fact that during the policy hackathon, we have invited the Director of Cabinet of the President, Special Advisor, to make sure that he get a chance to present the strategic objective of the National Digital Plan, as well as the vision of the ministry to the young people. And it's create this space where the public stakeholders and the entrepreneurs have been able to challenge each other, but also to understand more each other. I want here just to share a few points. Of course, we talking about legal measure in DRC in favor of the startups, but this is not only focusing on some fiscal aspects or on access to financing. It was really important to see that entrepreneurs themselves know really where were the area where they wanted some change. And in addition to all the first thinking in terms of legislation, which are the taxation and the financing, they have been able to express solution that was related to their access to markets, that was related to their industrial or intellectual property. And it was also really interesting because this validates what we have been sharing since this morning. How do the users of the policy can really work with the policymaker themselves to express what they need in terms of policy. And at each time that we're running a policy hackathon, it's so accurate to see the ideas that are coming and how these ideas are covering a range of intervention in terms of legislation that needs to happen. So I will share here quickly what have been the entrepreneurs and the local facilitator have been able to bring as results of the policy hackathon. Right after the policy hackathon, the first draft of the DRC Startup Act was created. They have been able also to create the Congo Digital Innovation Program concept. And that was a concept at national level, including all of these local stakeholders. And they have been able also to produce a report of the results of the policy hackathon that was including this challenge mapping and the solution drafting. And it's amazing just to think that the entrepreneurs, together with the local facilitators, together with the public stakeholders, are able to involve themselves and engage themselves to commit into 60 hours of co-creation to come up within 3 days with these very powerful results. I want here just to emphasize on the review phases, which have been taking place from July. If you remember, the process have started by November 19. This is July 20, so near to 8 months after, to really be able to deep dive into the text, to understand what the meaning of each of the section that we will find in the draft law was meaning, but also to involve different experts, different stakeholders into the review with the local hubs in order to consolidate the draft Startup Act and to get to a public consultation. So we have been able also to conduct what we call a strategy meeting with the public stakeholders. So bringing different stakeholders around the table with the local coalition for them to have a look at the results of the policy hackathon of the previous phases, but being able also to express how they can support the law. So we had the ICT team in terms of advisory of the presidency office. We have a deputy from the National Assembly. We have some coordinator from the government team. We have the special advisor of the president of the National Assembly, the assistant of the cabinet of the special advisor, together with the economic policy officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So you see that different policymakers that are involved into the conversation to bring their view, but also to understand where each of them can support the process, as well as where each of them can bring expertise in order to consolidate the draft law. I will now focus a little bit on the consultation. So the consultation was amazing. We had the chance to organize 5 focus groups within the country. 4 of them was in the main region of the DRC. We have 13 hours of online consultation through events, and these have led to 375 contributions on the draft law and 270 participants on the 13 hours of online consultation, which was quite powerful. So I will share with you quickly an overview of the focus group. As you will see, here is a focus group that we have organized together with GRACE to really bring together 76 women entrepreneurs from around the country, from others' country, to share also best practices and to understand how we could be able to address women entrepreneurship within this law. And I will love GRACE to bring you in to share your experience a little bit, if you're still with us. Iba, I see that GRACE has raised her hand. I don't know if it will be possible to activate her microphone and to invite her to join me here.
Hi, Eva.
Experience. Hey,
Eva. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to connect with you again. I'm just going to quickly turn off my video because of the quality of my internet. So this was really amazing. And as Eva has been saying since the first session before we went on the break, this process is actually us coming together to create magic. because it was bringing together public sector, private sector. And as you see, this consultation, so the consultations had already started, but we had a women's capacity building program that was happening. And Eva said it was important that we get the voices of women because there was not enough representation of women in some of the sessions. So this is not part of inclusivity that she talked about in the other session, where we were able to gather 76 women from the DRC, different parts of the country, Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, Kolwezi, Goma, Bukavu, across the country, and they were able to communicate and share their own thoughts about the process, how it affects them as women, different parts of the policy that had to be reevaluated, just that entire process. And it was really, really, really amazing. So again, like she said, the process, as she showed you in the beginning, it's not straight. We kept going forward and coming back, going forward and coming back. But the goal at the end of the day was that the voices of the people should be heard. It's a bottom-top approach, and to make sure that all these different groups of people, minorities, underrepresented people, women do not speak French, because DRC as well had multiple languages. So if you're speaking Swahili, Lingala, whatever it is, you're going to be affected by this policy, and how we ensure that all those voices were heard in this process. So even the 13 hours that she mentioned, it was a marathon. It was crazy, and all those things is really exciting. We were there from the beginning in November in Lubumbashi for the pre-hackathon. So really amazing. Well, thank you, Eva, for inviting me to speak. And I would just like to encourage everybody on the call, if you're thinking about doing this in your local community, it is amazing. Even just borrowing from the methodology of IFO policy and implementing it within other programs, because like Eva has said, the future is co-created. It's only together that we can bring the change and build the Africa that we're looking for. Thank you so much, Eva, for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grace. I couldn't not invite you. Grace, I've been providing so much support to run this process in the DRC within the hubs that she was part of within this amazing Women 2060 program. And I will keep going, which show you a few of other focus groups. So this one was happening in Kinshasa together with Ingenious City. We had some in North Kivu and South Kivu together with Kivu Entrepreneurs and Kivu Tech. And we had also one in Okatonga together with the Sinolo. And here is the one that was happening in Matadi in Congo Central, together with INF Entrepreneuria. And why it was important to do this is because DRC is such a big country. There is a lot of differences from a community to another. There is a lot of challenges from a region to another. And we wanted to make sure that this focus group create opportunity to focus on some critical challenges and to make sure that those critical challenges was covered into the law. Now I will show you another way that we have been conducted the consultation. So on a way, we had this different focus group that was happening in all of the country. In the other way, we had an online platform, a consultation tool that we have been developing, hosting on the website of the presidency office to be able to invite everybody to give a word on the law. So we have been deploying one of our consultation tool. Here it's iConsult, which is a web application that really enables different groups to provide feedbacks and opinion on a selected draft document, and to be able also, after that they are providing all of these feedbacks and contribution, to have these to be included into the review of the law before it gets into a legal review itself. In the DRC, something that was really interesting, just to foster also the consultation, was a session that we had organized specifically with young people, together with the Netherlands Embassy in the DRC. And we have invited young people to come and to focus on one chapter and a few articles of the law. And the session that was conducted was on national startup policy and which role the youth could play, and which will be the role of the international community session. And it was really great to see young people from the DRC engaging in the promotion of an entrepreneurship culture and capacity building training, and how they would like this to have access. We were saying earlier that information is a part also of making processes accessible. So we have been conducting in DRC an engagement platform, an engagement campaign, together with the Honorable Mouyaya, which is deputy at the National Assembly. And we did this online campaign just for people to know that the consultation was running, to see whom from the government was involved. And it was also really important for the entrepreneurs to see the public stakeholder being speaking about this process through some videos, and to show also the ownership that the government was taking over this process to make sure that this could lead to implementation. So I will pass through the slides of the previous flyer, showing you some of the visual that we have made for the online campaign, and focus here on the national consolidation that we have been conducting to bring together different stakeholders and to make sure that we have a pre-validation of the law, and that some area that might be forget will be covered during this session. So it was 8 hours of consolidation. Could you just imagine 8 hours of online discussion over the Startup Act draft law? We had 25 high-level panelists from the government, 20 experts, 35 companies from the private sector, which was the biggest corporate of the DRC, the biggest bank, the biggest investors. We have been able to live stream this into 10 platforms at the same moment on social media to host what we call the Atelier National de Consolidation du Startup Act en RDC. And I will go very quickly with the following slides that show you the different conversation that was undertaken. So we have some that was bringing the Ministry of SMEs, Middle Classes and Craft, that was really leading these national workshop and exchanging with the different stakeholders in understanding which was the key role that the Ministry of SMEs needed to play to foster the development of innovative company. So we built a registration platform together with the local coalition. My screen is started to play again. So as I was saying, we built a registration platform with a dedicated landing page for people to be able to register, but also to have a look at the law before the workshop was happening. It was also very interesting to see different objectives in terms of the law itself. How do this law could harmonize the mandate of the Digital Economy Ministry together with the Ministry of Craft and Middle Class and SMEs, together with the office that is providing support to the small business. So understand how do we create an inclusive process that will also allow the public stakeholder to align on the vision that they have in terms of support for entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem, as the private sector has aligned to came up with a solution and common ground on these processes. So I won't be spending time on each of the section, but this could give you an overview in terms of participation. We had the ministry, as I was saying, we had some senator that was there contributing. We have been able also to invite all the country to share their experience, such are the Digital Economy Ministry in Senegal and the Délégation à l'Entrepreneuriat Rapide, which was really the driver of the process here in Senegal, to share that expertise and to be able also to bring in a long-term vision in terms of collaboration within our government as well as within our ecosystem through this process. So allow me to go very quickly in terms of partnership. And this was important for us to show you, because it's not about only keeping the conversation within the local coalition. It's important to see how this conversation can be opened to any enabler that is supporting the ecosystem in the DRC. And these workshops have been able to create space for each of these enablers to flag what they are doing in terms of support, but also to understand how do their support could fit into a biggest framework, which was the Startup Act. So I will keep going, showing you these amazing screenshot from the session, as well as some key highlights in terms of vision, in terms of incentive that we will wanted to see, in terms also of local development and local promotion of solution platforms and content. Some other highlights were related to research and development. How can we help those startups to be able to prototype that solution, have access to guarantee fund to launch them, and also be able to combine financing and technical support to make sure that the solution came up in the best way, where different ways and opportunities are created through the regulatory framework. And I will just pass very quickly, not to spend too much time. We'll be very happy to share this presentation through Atlas for Development with all of you, but some other areas were related to innovation and digital training, to education system, to how do we create spaces, public spaces to promote entrepreneurship at some costs that are reduced, and how do we create relationship with academics to make sure that university have also the tools to prepare their students to be entrepreneurs. And I will finish with key highlights here in terms of formalization. In terms of also how do we support intellectual protection for the ideas coming from those young people, as well as data protection or promoting local content, as I was mentioning, through the increase of the visibility of the DAT-CD, which are referring to the company and platforms that are created in the Congolese ecosystem. I wanted to follow up with giving you some overview in terms of implementation. Of course, the Startup Act have not been voted in the DRC yet, but as you see, and as I was mentioning earlier, we focus on the means, not on the ends. And being able to create a platform where the government is aligned, where the private sector is aligned, where the ecosystem is aligned is very important. And the implementation phase could be sometimes very short. We have seen in some countries where you have taken 6 months, but it could be long. But it's interesting to see that whether the Draft Startup Act is not voted here, there was a lot of milestones that have been accomplished in terms of implementation, and I will run you through very quickly. Sharing here the legal review, we have been working with Avocat.cd and with a local law firm and partners to be able to consolidate the law, to take in account the different contribution that was coming from the ecosystem, as well as to be able to consolidate all the contribution from the consultation into what the Startup Act have turned to be the code for entrepreneurship, craft, and startup, which is proposing a consolidated version of the Startup Act, but also embedding a lot of incentive for a facilitation of entrepreneurship in the DRC and for a support of a key sector such as craft, which is playing a key role on the local economy. We have been able also to organize a review session together with the parliamentary team. Yes.
I'm really sorry for interrupting, but we're a bit behind schedule. And if it's possible to give just last comments, that will be great. I'm so sorry, dear, for interrupting you.
No, not at all. I understand. And I just wanted to really give a broad perspective as possible, because it's not about taking all of these steps. If we look at the process in Senegal, we haven't done it as much as we have done in DRC, but it was really important to emphasize how it is important to take in account the local context. And in a country such big as DRC, it was important for the framework to be as big as the country in terms of opportunities to engage. And I will take 2 more minutes, if you allowed me, Eva, just to go very quickly on where this process have led in the DRC. Firstly, the establishment of a guarantee fund for entrepreneurship in Congo, which is called the FOGEC, and which have been put in place last year on September to be able for the young company to have access to this guaranteed mechanism. Secondly, so this is an overview of the law which was created, this instrument. Secondly, the government have launched a national program for the development of entrepreneurship in Congo, the PRONADEC. And this really shows the understanding that the government has now they are willing to support the private sector and more specifically the ecosystem. And there were also another promotion of entrepreneurship through a program that have been launched in North Kivu by the Ministry of SMEs to promote, together with the World Bank, a project to support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise with $100 million fund in 4 cities: Kinshasa, Goma, Lubumbashi, and Matadi. And I will go very quickly at the end to share these 3 quotes, which are for me very important. The first from Berry is saying, "We believe this process will bring change to foster innovation." We cannot get into such a process if people that are driving the process doesn't believe in it. So it's important to believe in the change that you want to bring into your community. The second one of Benjamin was saying that he was happily surprised to see how inclusive the process was. If you really want to have meaningful impact, that means that you need to be involving the minorities and the people that don't have a voice into this policy making. And I will finish with a quote from Grass, which was saying that it is so motivating to see entrepreneurs and government working hand in hand in DRC to co-create an impactful law, and just to see that it's not about only communities, but it's about bringing these communities and the government to make sure that these policies are implemented and operationalized to really get to the people. And I'm done, and thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Eva, for the presentation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for willing to be here and share your experience and knowledge with all of our participants. It's always good to have you here. And now, I know that some of you, if not all of you, are hungry. And that's why we'll be keeping the questions for after the lunch break. Now it's 1:50 p.m. Moroccan time, which is GMT +1 again. Please make sure to be here at 3 p.m. GMT +1 so that we can keep on going on our schedule. Thank you so much, everyone, for your attention. Thank you for being patient with us today. See you soon et bon appétit.
Merci.